Okay, so where do you want to start? Where do you want to begin?
Um, Good question. I mean, if we're doing the Amaishi stuff, I feel like Pridwin would want to do that at the academy.
Well, considering that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Oh, sir. Hmm. I mean, given that fact, he's probably going to want to try and go. I mean, he's probably going to plan to go somewhere isolated.
Okay. Are you doing that by yourself first? Because there's plenty of other things and conversation to be had as well.
That's fair. I think I mean, he's definitely going to be telling people what he's going to be doing, so he's going to be. um, Probably after waking up and doing his routine, he's gonna. Um, Sorry, my brain's dying. Um, he's gonna be doing his routine, and he's going to be. Um, First, he's gonna tell Lunalle that he's planning on trying to attune to Amaishi, and that he's going to want to be far away from anybody, just in case.
Lunalle is not happy with this idea.
I would wait until we went back, but
But you need the added strength if she allows it.
that, and I wouldn't want her weapon falling into the wrong hands if something were to happen.
I'm not sure I have the strength to accompany you today. You look at her
That
and you see
is,
just how tired she is.
that's okay. It's probably better if I'm not at risk of harming anybody.
You need to take somebody with you. Somebody who can will you. I do not want you out there by yourself.
Alright. There's only one other person that I know who can wield me here, so
But is she in any better condition?
that's what I'm worried about.
Maybe I can handle it. She says, you see her trying to push herself up, and she's kind of like a turtle at this point where she has trouble like getting back on her feet when she is down.
No, no.
No, it's
I'll
fine.
see.
I just have to rock. It's just it's a process, okay?
I will see how she's doing. We don't have to do this today.
She sighs, glancing down at herself in frustration. feel like a boat, she says, and finally stops.
It'll be fine.
You say that, she says, laying back down again.
You need your rest. And like I said, if I can't do this today, I don't need to.
She reluctantly shrugs.
Can I get you anything before I prepare to head out?
Go on, she says begrudgingly.
He gives her a kiss and heads out.
You head out of the lodging area that you're in. What is Arthur up to right now?
Good question. I think, honestly, I think at the moment he's probably still just trying to rest, considering he got fucked up.
Is he keeping an eye on her?
Oh, definitely.
She's also been trying to rest, but you notice she's very hard on herself. She doesn't like resting. And as the sun goes down, you catch movement out of the corner of your eye, and she is no longer in the same room.
Kid. God damn it. He's going to pull himself up and try and start looking for her.
You drag yourself to your feet, finding that Pridwin's healing is actually working. Your ankle feels manageable. You can put more weight on it. You step outside and you look around. You feel the mugginess of the rainforest beginning to cool off just a little bit finally. You see that most of the rebels are out doing their rounds, putting up more wards, etc. You think you see a flash of red off on one of the other platforms. You see a lot more wards on the trees in that direction.
He's going to head over there.
You start walking in that direction. You notice, like I described, a lot of the trunks of the trees near the walkways are heavily warded. And as you step up the path, you realize why. There's away from the rest of it, a section of platform that has bodies covered on it.
Mm.
You see faint hints and outlines, DWMA outfits, that sort of thing.
He's gonna keep moving, trying not to pay it much attention.
You keep moving, but you realize that there's only one way onto this platform and one way off. She was so still you didn't even notice her at first. But you You hear her voice as you're turning back for the way you came. She didn't even hesitate.
Oh.
You glance to the side and you see Katya's sitting on the edge of a table nearby, which has some effects on it. She's looking down at one of the bodies that's uncovered, unlike the rest. It's what's left of Nyx.
Yeah.
She could have stopped it. She knew how the Black Boy worked. Or she could have stopped that thing from cutting through her, but she didn't. She just took it.
I wish I could have helped her too, kid.
When you hear conversation in the horribly quiet forest, it's not difficult to find the two of them in the area that you are not exactly pleased to go to.
He's going to probably stop and try not to intervene. Let them have the conversation.
Katya, using her foot, flips the covering back over top of Nyx. You notice that that covering is much more warded than the rest of them. You don't have to follow me around everywhere, you know, she says quietly.
I don't know.
She nods a little and takes notice of Pridwin.
I apologize if I'm interrupting anything.
You weren't, she whispers.
I was, here to inform you of something, and also possibly to ask a favor.
I'm listening.
I was planning on doing this while I was waiting for all of you to return home, but given the situation, I
You
don't
say
think...
the situation, and Katya looks away, remembering that the situation was
You don't have to blame yourself. Frankly, considering what I've heard so far, it sounds like things were worse here than we'd anticipated anyways. That being said, we're going to need all the help we can get. I had been preparing to attempt to make contact with the Maishi. Find out what she wants to do with her weapon.
You really think that's gonna work?
I believe so. I still have her weapon and her soul. I know how to add her to the shield, but I don't want to do it unless it's what she wants.
Katya sits there for a moment contemplating and she says, "And you can't go by yourself."
No. Lunalle is in no state to be doing anything this risky.
No kidding.
And that's why I was going to ask if you would be willing to accompany me.
She looks down at her hands. There's a
This
flicker
doesn't...
across her face, almost like she feels like she doesn't deserve to pick you up again, and then it's gone.
This does not have to happen today if you do not wish to make a decision now.
No, it's fine. Better to distract myself than keep seeing it over and over again.
I understand.
She looks at Arthur. Make sure we don't die.
Yeah, I can go get Rosada and make sure no zombies try and pick you apart while you're doing the thing.
Thanks, she says. Heading out, you hear a voice from behind you.
Pridwin will look over.
It's Kane. You don't really know Kane very well, but judging by the way he's been holding himself and the way everybody seems to come talk to him, you get the feeling that he's in charge.
Ah, yes. We were planning on doing something that would be best done elsewhere.
He nods. You might want to stick to the west. The undead have been restless tonight.
I see. We will tread carefully.
He nods. He doesn't seem like he's going to stop you. After all, You are a higher star rank than him. In fact, you almost see like a hint of relief as he's looking at you in your heavy armor with your star ranks on your armor front and center.
Ideally, if all goes well, this should give us a better fighting chance.
I'll take all the help I can get, Kane says.
Pridwin nods. Is there any particular area you know that's remote enough? A good place to potentially cause a lot of destruction without much collateral damage?
Unfortunately, if you do any of that in the forest, it's just going to draw attention to us. The only place I can think of that you don't have to worry about destruction is he trails off. Death City.
Then I suppose that is where we'll need to go.
Are you sure that's wise? I mean, after all, the undead have been hitting it pretty hard.
I am concerned that our being there previously might have drawn even further attention, but at the same time, considering how much has happened there, there's not much left for them to even take.
It's okay. Katya whispers from behind you. I can help.
Very well.
She pushes herself up off the table and shoves her hands in her hoodie pocket.
I suppose it's best if we get going.
She nods, looks at Arthur.
Arthur's going to hop up and say, I'll be with you in a second. Gotta make sure I've got my partner.
She nods again and starts walking with Pridwin. You make it out onto the platforms and get towards the exit that you came in last night. And you hear another voice. Are you leaving?
Which one is this person talking to?
You glance to your side and you see in the shadows of the closest building north.
Yes, I need help from Katya with speaking to an old friend. You can come as well.
You see a flicker of anxiety cross Katya's face as you invite her.
It's probably not going to be... There's a chance that it could become dangerous, but I don't think it's going to be extreme. That being said, I also know that she's your partner, and I would not feel right with you not being able to be with her.
I don't care if it's dangerous, North says, stepping out of the shadows. Katya swallows hard and once again doesn't say anything. She just nods.
As I said, you're more than welcome to accompany.
Just be careful, Katya says and holds her hand out. North nods, and you see a flash as she moves into Katya's hand, but you don't see the big scythe this time. It's a small dagger. Katya's fingers coil around the dagger protectively for a moment, and then she slips it into a holster at her side. You recognize the holster. It's the holster that Eliza's weapon form used to sit in on Douglas.
He notes it, but he doesn't comment on it.
You wait for the other two to join you.
Yeah, Arthur's going to go get Rosada.
Rosada begrudgingly is awakened.
Got ourselves another job.
Are you fucking kidding me? She says, rubbing her eyes.
We're just running protection this time. Should be boring.
Yeah, that doesn't fill me with confidence, she admits.
Don't worry, nothing bad could possibly happen.
She says, nodding again.
Besides, it's boring when something doesn't happen.
Ugh. I hate it when you're right, she says and flashes into the railgun.
He slings her over his shoulder and heads back to the group.
Once you all are together, you drop down to the forest floor and start walking. Katya seems to navigate the area well as she easily gets you back out onto the main stretch, past the wards keeping the forest at bay, and you start walking in the direction of the city. It's weird, you don't encounter many undead on the trail between here and there. But when you get to the edge of the city, Katya stills and listens and makes a face. We're definitely not alone.
Somebody's watching us.
She nods, doesn't look around, just looks up at the wall and braces herself and then leaps. Pridwin, you're impressed to see that she clears the wall in a single jump, standing on top of it with her hands in her pockets.
He will climb up the wall himself.
You and Arthur, begrudgingly lacking in the super jump, begin climbing up the wall together. Arthur, you hear Rosada laughing as she's in her weapon form and doesn't have to deal with it.
Hey, next time I can make you carry me up.
Nice try. And you get to the top and you see not a still city. In various places across, you can see hints of movement. Undead, wandering, but at the moment they don't seem to have a purpose, unlike the last time you were here.
Just have to avoid drawing any attention to ourselves, and we should be fine.
So where exactly do you want to do this?
Well, I think as long as we can find an area that's somewhat secure and unlikely to collapse down on top of us if, well, I explode.
What about the roof? She says, tilting her head in the direction of the academy.
That would be probably a good spot.
It gives you a vantage point, right, Arthur?
Yeah, I could work with that.
She nods a little. Starts walking. Leaps from the wall down onto the roofs and then makes her way across them up the different levels towards the academy.
Arthur's going to activate Rosada's thermal sight to try and see if he can spot anybody.
Using thermal sight, you notice that I mean everything that's moving appears undead. You don't see anything other than the random various assortments of undead at the moment. At least not within the city. You have a feeling, though, the same thing that Katya probably felt. You are being observed, it appears.
Well, if we're being watched, they're either not alive or they're really good at hiding.
Are you two coming or what? Katya says through her inner link between the two of them. You can see she's standing on a wall, the wall for the academy, looking back in your direction.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Better be careful you don't snap your ankle again. I'm not carrying you back. She hops over the edge of the wall and disappears. We'll drag you, though, she says as she disappears.
That was a one-off. I don't normally break my legs when I jump from high places.
Brid, when you hear him say this. Rosada looks horribly confused by all of this, by the way.
Don't worry about it. It's complicated.
The three of you make your way along the rooftops carefully and quietly. Climb up the different sets of walls until you reach the academy itself, seeing it in ruin. Pridwin, this is the first time you've really gotten a good look at just how absolutely destroyed this place is. It is reminiscent of your home when you went back to it. I mean, there are sections of wall just gone, debris scattered everywhere. In fact, the only thing you don't see are the bodies, and you feel like you have a gruesome idea as to why.
He just keeps moving.
You guys manage to find a way through all the debris where you can scale the wall. You finally join Katya up on the roof. This is the same area where the club buildings would have been back at home, but it's a wide, vastly empty space of flat roof. Katya's standing on the edge, her hair moving in the wind, the long braid reaching down almost to her knees, and North is standing beside her, and they're looking out at the city.
And Seems like a good spot.
So what exactly does this entail? North says to you, leaning back against the edge of the roof.
Well, are you talking about the hard part or the easy part?
I don't like the sound of that. Let's go with, the easy part first?
Well, the easy part is I'm going to have to do a ritual, assuming that the hard part turns out well.
Okay. What is the hard part?
I'm going to have to figure out how to speak to Amaishi. Which is most likely going to involve me attempting to resonate with her. And I've never resonated with a dead person before.
Oh, good. That should be entertaining, Versada says.
And considering I've never done that or seen it been done, I have no idea what the potential consequences will be.
North nods as Katya hops down off of the edge of the roof and walks towards you. She takes a hesitant step and then stops. Katya says, "It's okay. Believe it or not, I can actually work with him." She steps up beside you. It's been a long time since she's held you, Bridlin.
On the bright side, I think whatever will happen, it should be a lot better considering I have a good partner at my side.
Katya seems doubtful of that statement, but she doesn't say anything.
And we've done our best to account for potential unforeseen consequences, so
Yeah, definitely, Katya says, like she's hiding something.
well, I'm ready when you are.
She holds her hands out and says, "Just, make sure you don't destroy what's underneath of us, because you really, really don't want to find out what's underneath the academy."
I'm curious now, but also very, very...
I don't remember what they called it. It had a bunch of different heads, and if you cut one off, it makes more.
A Hydra?
Like a not Hydra.
Why would they even have that underneath the academy?
I'm pretty sure it was wearing collars, so I think it was somebody's pet. You know how there's that big fuck-off monster in the labyrinth by the cursed object room?
I'm going to need to have a very long talk with Lady Death about the ethics of the things going on in these locations.
I don't think Lady Death had a say in it. I think this was, before her time. I mean, after all, she was only a kid when everything went to shit. She lost her dad, you know? She's kind of just been figuring this out on her own.
I know that. I'm honestly beginning to worry that there is a lot happening beneath her nose.
Yeah, me too. That's why Polly's there.
And that is good. I think it's going to take a lot of work for us to uncover everything.
Yeah. You won't like what's under the academy back home either.
I had a feeling that if I ever saw it up close, I wouldn't be very happy about it.
You see this glassy look cross her face, a distant 1,000-yard stare, and she whispers, "I'm not talking about the Guardian."
I knew that there would be something horrible down there, at the very least. I mean, I'd already seen the cursed artifact room.
And you know about her mom?
I'm sorry?
Katya gets quiet again. Shouldn't have said anything. North also is making a face nearby like she knows what Katya is talking about, and she looks just as scared as Katya does.
Hang on, what did she say? Because I thought she said our mom.
She said, "Then you know about her mom."
Her mom.
Meaning Angel's mom.
Oh. Oh. I actually do know about that.
So you know she's down there.
Yes, and I know what state she's in.
Yeah. So you know why Angel can't leave.
Yes.
All of you used to yell at her so much about how Angel never helped. Katya makes an irritated face for a moment.
With all due respect, I was never the one to do such a thing.
I know, it's just... they were so mean to her. I'm not gonna let anybody talk to her like that.
It isn't her fault, but... well... I know why they were so desperate to find someone to blame.
She looks at him.
She's death. The one that they serve. When things go wrong, they look to her. And they don't know, or didn't know, that there was nothing she could do.
Yeah, well, they never bothered to ask either.
Fear can make people incurious.
I know she's death, but she was just a kid once. She didn't really get the chance to grow up either.
I know that. That is why I'm... why I don't blame her. And why I wish to continue helping. And why I hope that the others will come to understand.
I've seen her when she loses one of us. Every student, every soul that she gets. It's like it's her own kid. I've never heard such anguish, except maybe out of me.
Like I said, I understand. Nothing is ever easy. And the situations that we've been put through, all of us, and especially her, none of them should have happened.
Katya shakes her head. Anyways, let's get on with it. What do you need for this thing?
Well, I have the soul and the weapon. That's what I need for the ritual, and I
Just
would
keep
suspect...
those on you, Rasada says from the side.
I have had to keep them safe.
So you keep them on you, she repeats.
When I cannot be sure that they are safe elsewhere.
Uh-huh, she says, and doesn't say anything further.
That's unimportant anyways. I'm assuming that this is also what I will need in order to communicate. And I'm assuming that in order to do so, I'm probably going to have to do a brain dive.
I don't think you can do a brain dive into the weapon anymore.
That's the thing. There is not technically anything to dive into, which is why I'm thinking I will need to use my own mind as a conduit.
Dad did that with Vera. But
So,
there was a difference. Vera saved Dad by giving him some of her soul. So that connection was already there. Wait, she says, and her eyes light up for a moment. I know how to fix this. You see her reach into her hoodie pocket for a moment, flicks her wrist, and suddenly she's not wearing the hoodie and sweatpants she was a moment ago. She's wearing a long black cloak. You see there's a mask covering at her side, and she reaches into the cloak and she pulls something out. It's a bluish color, tainted with flecks of black.
he waits to see what she does.
Well, there's only one other person that Amaishi gave a part of herself to, right? She holds it out. You see it's a soul. And it seems there's little cherry blossoms that fall around either side of the soul, and there's a ring of cigarette smoke that encompasses it. It smells familiar to you.
I'm trying to remember who this is.
Amaishi's partner.
Oh.
Katya is holding Nyxeris' soul out to you.
He takes it.
There's Still a little bit of it left in there. You might be able to commune with it before I have to. She trails off.
Yes, of course. Well, I suppose I'm going to have to see what I can do.
Katya nods. Just tell me what you need me to do.
Well, I think I'll need your help. He holds out his hand,
She takes it.
and he's going to transform.
You transform into her palm. And for just a moment, there's a heaviness to you that you don't recognize. You feel a tension and a heat against your own metallic skin and her palm. And you realize that she is still ashamed enough that the connection is weaker than usual.
Katya, if you were not worthy of wielding me, I would not ask you to do this.
It's fine, she says, shaking her head and gloving her hand more firmly. The burning sensation stops.
Alright.
You see North's face light up. She has never seen you transform before.
Bridwin smiles to himself. Well, we have other materials. I think what I'm going to try is to this is going to be very confusing. I'm going to attempt to enter my own. Actually, now that I think about it, I have done something like this before. I've pulled someone into my own inner room before. I'm thinking perhaps I might be able to do something similar.
Okay. Well, you're gonna need her weapon then.
Yes.
Katya looks down at your bag. She kneels down with her free hand and opens it, starts rifling through it until she finds the long dual-sided scythe that's in two pieces. You see how carefully she picks it up and sets it down. Even going as far as to dust off the ground she lays it on.
Now I simply need to attempt to pull them in.
Katya looks up towards Arthur and Rasada. How much time do we have?
Arthur's going to survey the area and see if there's any indication that they've been spotted yet.
Arthur, you notice something odd. All that movement you were seeing across various parts of the city, you don't see it anymore.
It's getting really quiet. I'm thinking whoever's keeping an eye on us, they've pulled all of their resources together. And they don't know what we're doing here. They're probably trying to figure it out.
So this is either really good or really bad, North says.
Well, I reckon they're worried we're here for something that they missed. Pulled everything back to whatever they think we're after. I think we've got a little bit of time before they realize we're doing something else.
Katya nods. She reaches the gloved part of her hand out, facing her shield upwards, and she rests her palm over the weapon, the two souls hovering just beside it. Alright, Pridwin, do your thing.
Pridwin closes his eyes and begins trying to meditate, but also, instead of just trying to pull himself inward, he's trying to reach out and grab.
You reach out in the darkness, reaching for purchase of anything. Roll a d10.
Alright, let's see what we got. Severe weather.
Oh yeah, it's been saying that.
Oh, yeah, it says it's supposed to start storming.
The dogs are inside, right?
Yeah, Grim and Mocha and Scream are all down here.
Okay, great.
And on the D10, that is a 6.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yes.
Immediately, Pridwin, you find purchase. And you hold tight to whatever it is. And as you're spiraling inward towards your inner room, you smell something. Cigarette smoke. When you open your eyes, you see water. A lot of water. And you look around and you can see the garden in the distance, where you usually land, but not this time.
Oh.
You're sitting on the water. It's calm for the moment, except for the faint waves that rock toward the shoreline. And you look around, and about 20 feet away from you, there's a figure standing with its back to you.
Nyx.
You notice the image of her is fragmented. Almost like Eliza's sword form, how the pieces separate momentarily and then come back together. And the cigarette smoke trails off. Don't think I've ever been here before, you hear her say, her voice rough and cold.
I don't believe you have.
So what am I doing here now? Can a girl just get some peace for once? You hear a faint smile in her words.
I do apologize for forestalling your passing. I needed your help.
My help? Now you're starting to sound an awful lot like Douglas. Did he do it, by the way? She glances over her shoulder at you.
He did.
She presses her lips into a fine line. Well, guess it's over then. Kid holding up okay?
About as well as she could be.
Nyx nods. So, what do you need a dead samurai for, Bridwin?
It's about a Maishi.
You see her perk up a bit with interest. What about Amaishi?
I'm not sure I had the opportunity to tell you about the situation.
She shoves one of her hands in her pockets, holding the cigarette out to the side. No matter how many drags she takes off of it, it doesn't seem to get any shorter. She's dead. What is there to tell? Oh.
Unfortunately, definitely, when it comes to me, death is not exactly the end of things.
Oh, she whispers.
After she fell, her weapon, she kept it together. Except nobody was able to touch it, apart from myself.
She let you touch her? Nyx turns partially and actually looks at you fully this time.
I've been looking after her weapon, trying to figure out what to do.
Let me be straight with you, guy. She takes a few steps towards you and looks at you. She doesn't let anybody touch her. Period. Every time they do, they get burned. She observes your face as though she could see right through your mask. Well, I'd say you have some experience with that, don't you?
Indeed I do. That's what was odd about it. When I picked her up, I felt an odd kinship.
Too scared to shatter herself completely. Too scared to let anybody else hold her. Too scared to be alone.
Well, I have an idea that I think would help with a lot of that. Except I don't want to go through with it without talking to her first.
And thus, I have been summoned, she says in realization.
Yes.
I mean,
I
she
did-
is dead. Like, how?
Like I said, this is going to be very complicated and require a great deal of explanation.
Hold on. She holds up a hand. I've seen all the bullshit brain dive shit you guys do. So that's gotta be what this is. And
Correct.
I'm assuming you have the weapon on you, right?
Also correct.
Right. And you're not alone in here. So that must mean the kid's somewhere.
Yes.
Right. Well, I can call her out for you, but a word of caution. Amaishi... Her name might mean at least part of it. That sweet little plum blossom. But, she doesn't like talking about things. I gotta be honest with you, guy. I don't know if she's gonna be too polite when she shows up here.
I've known people who prefer to communicate through action. I've prepared myself for that possibility.
I don't think you have, Nick says. You know what happened between us, right?
Yes.
You saw the results.
Yes.
If she reacts poorly like that again, there's a good chance the same thing will happen to you.
I'm aware of that.
And you'd risk that. Not being able to work with somebody else ever again. Because that's what happened to me. Then again, she takes another drag off the cigarette. I'm just a Meister. You weapons are, hardy.
I think it's less about being a weapon and more about being a kindred soul for me.
Well, we'll see if you think the same when she shocks you into oblivion. Nyx turns away from you and starts walking away from you.
And that will be a bit more difficult for me than most.
She ignores you, her feet stepping gracefully across the surface of the water. You see her take another drag off the cigarette and drop it, and it sinks beneath the surface. She takes a deep breath. And then you see her drop into a form, beginning to move from one form to another, her hands shaped as if they're holding something, but you don't see anything. Not at first. And then 4 or 5 forms in, there is a burst of lightning out of nowhere. You shield yourself because it's so bright, catches you off guard, and when you look back, you see an outline within Nyx's hands as she continues the forms, and the long dual-bladed scythe begins to manifest in her palms. She looks graceful, and the tips and corners of the scythe catch up sprays of water and send them flying. And for a moment, you can only help but remember watching your wife dancing in the waves for the first time. You see the forms look more like a dance. Less like some sort of martial arts, and the more it goes into a dance, there's a flicker between scythe and humanoid shape. And finally, Nyx spins the scythe around and drops it down in a dip, and Nyx is looking down at Amaishi, and Amaishi's looking up at her. Amaishi reaches up and cups Nyx's cheek and smiles at her, tears filling in her one good eye. Nyx grins with the boyish charm she's always had, and then pulls her up and spins her off, and when Amaishi spins, she's facing you, and Nyx is gone.
Hello.
She doesn't move. She glances behind her, sees she's alone, except for you. You see her eyes narrow. As she looks around, realizes she's in the middle of the ocean. A flicker of panic, confusion, a mixture of emotions. You see, along the surface of the water, faint trails of electricity begin to crackle outwards like ripples.
I know this is confusing, and I apologize. If you say the word, I will sever this connection, but I needed to talk to you.
Can't you just let me go? She whispers.
I would, but that doesn't seem to be what you want exactly.
I couldn't stop her. She's been hounding me since I was a child. finally get the chance to get my hands on her, and she killed me. In seconds. Like it was nothing. And yeah, maybe I don't know what I want, Pridwin. Fact is, maybe I'm a little scared of what happens if I shatter this thing and just let go. Like maybe they'll just forget I ever existed. It's not like there are many people left to remember me anyways, are there?
That's why I wanted to talk to you. I have been thinking about a lot of things, including why I was able to pick you up when no one else could. I regret that we could not have gotten to know each other more before all of this happened. But this is an opportunity for me to know you, to remember your name. And to offer you a choice. My family's tradition is about preserving our memory. About ensuring that we are not alone in the end. I would extend that offer to you. But I know that's not a choice that is made lightly.
What is there to know? I suppose you weren't there when they, pulled the crown from me. When they waltzed through my memories like it was some kind of fucking picture book.
I was there, actually.
So then you already know all there is to know. My entire life, everybody rejected me. And they had good reason to. All I do is hurt people. The only person I ever loved. I burned her so badly that she couldn't ever wield anybody ever again. You get the sense she doesn't realize that Nyx and Douglas were together at the end.
That's not entirely true.
What are you talking about? She couldn't fight. That's why Bloody Mary fucking took her. She was defenseless. She never fully healed.
She didn't, but she got better before the end. That was her.
So she's dead. Just like me.
She is, but it wasn't your fault.
No, knowing Nyx, I imagine it's something bullheaded and stupid that she decided to do.
I suppose you could say that. She helped Douglas cure Katya. She lost control again. And we couldn't pull her back. And one of us, well, all of us did what we could, but in the end it was him and her. They took the demon and they sacrificed themselves in order to do so.
So she died in a blaze of glory doing something important. At least she got what she wanted in the end.
And what did you want? I'd say that your passing was certainly a blaze of glory.
No, it wasn't. I did nothing. I tried to save Nyx. I tried to get revenge on Bloody Mary, and I did nothing. I died alone and afraid. I don't even know what happened after that. I just remember you picking me up, and for my own reasons, I let you. My own selfish, fearful reasons.
I can't speak from experience, but I can say from others that no matter how you die, it's always alone and afraid.
No. I bet you next to it. I bet there wasn't an ounce of fear in her. That's just who she was. She probably did something drastic. Didn't even think twice. Me, I was the hesitant one. I was the fearful one. I was the one that, if you so much as touched my shoulder, I reacted so hard that I shocked people. It's probably the only reason you could pick me up. You're so... She looks at your scars. Used to it.
You didn't even harm me. Didn't shock me. I don't know if it's because I'm of electricity myself, or
She's making a face like she wants to say something, but at the same time she doesn't.
when I was younger, I struggled with a lot of the same things that you did. I nearly burned my home down by accident. The only reason I didn't was because it wasn't built to burn.
I wish my parents had built our home with flammability in mind. But then again, I guess it really didn't matter in the end.
I had the fortune of having people who were like me. Similar enough to know what I would go through. And to be there for it. And to help me through it. It took a very long time. Far too long, but I want to try and offer that to you.
Offer what? A stay of judgment.
No. Kinship. Understanding. People who can be there for you.
You see a flicker in her eyes and then it's gone. Her expression grows colder, more rigid. I'm not a rhizostoma, Pridwin. I don't deserve that. The sea around her is beginning to get more rocky. The sky overhead is overcast, and there's a wind that picks up around you, ruffling at the tassels on your frame.
You don't need to be.
I'm too dangerous to be here.
You don't know that.
Didn't you listen to me? My name is Amaishi, the flower of death, and all who interact with me perish. There's a flicker of lightning behind her. You can see that the eye patch that was once covering her face has flickered off, and instead of a hole, you see two eyes staring at you, the eyes of judgment, flickering powerfully.
Very well. If you do not believe yourself worthy, then I suppose you should prove it. And I will prove myself in turn.
You can't handle me, she whispers to you.
He shakes his head. The howling storm and the roaring sea. What closer siblings are there?
She raises her hands on either sides of her. And you see that in her palms, the two sides of the scythe broken into manifest. And she is holding herself as though it's a complete separate entity to her. For one behind you in the distance, you hear a few shouts. You glance over your shoulder, and on the shoreline, you can see several members of your family beginning to gather.
He looks back to them and he holds up his hand.
You see the flicker of your mother begin to take a few steps towards you. She looks scared for you.
He gives her a smile. He calls out, "I'm not alone."
But aren't you, though? When you look around and you notice your little redhead isn't here. Well, you know she came in with you, but you don't know where she is. You see beneath the surface a shadowy figure slithering and moving. I'm struggling to remember what her name was. Lavinia?
Are you talking about the one who...
The one that hangs out in the water.
I mean, there's Scylla, who is the one who's, like, more fish than anybody.
Maybe that was her. Either way, one of your ancestors is trying to sneakily stay beneath the surface to see if she can assist you somehow. You look around for Katya, and then you look down at her.
She'll find her way here.
You say this. Meanwhile, I'm gonna pause on you for a second, because Katya is somewhere else. But I have to pause because I have to pee, so.
Yep.
Dante,
Uh-huh.
you're out wandering where you usually do. Where do you wander, Dante, nowadays?
Good question. I think probably, honestly, he's probably just drifting through memories with his wife.
Is that where your focus is, Dante? Or are you more focused on something else.
True. I think he's definitely back. I don't know if he would be seeing specifically his memories with Idris or if he'd be back at the Reckoning.
But you're on a hill, Dante. And you're looking out at a city ahead of you that is on fire. And a note in your hand begging you to come help fight. And you're caught with that realization that you didn't make it in time. When you hear a noise from behind you.
Oh.
No, go ahead.
If I could have killed that witch sooner. I could have been there.
You whisper this, thinking you're gonna turn and it's gonna be the same haunting, tormenting memory of what could have been. You're gonna turn and you're gonna see Idris standing there, except when you turn, you see a figure you weren't expecting. Katya's standing there, looking around, looking confused.
Katya?
She turns, hearing your voice. The hell?
What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? What are you doing here? Where's Pridwin?
He shakes his head as if he's trying to shake away the memories, and he says, "Did something happen? Is he okay?"
I don't know. He's trying to connect with the lightning girl. I was supposed to come in here and help, but she looks around. I don't know where I am.
I don't know how you got here. I was preoccupied.
I was trying to focus. I was thinking about that presence I keep feeling every time we come here to the academy. I was thinking about... She looks up at you, looks past you, to the burning city.
You mean you're back in the city?
Yeah, she says.
Oh, no.
We thought it was the safest place so that we weren't doing this by the rebel encampment. Didn't want to draw attention to it.
If it brought you here, that can only mean...
You were thinking about him too, weren't you?
It's been haunting me so much that I didn't even realize what was happening outside.
And you summoned me here because we were thinking about the same person, she says in turns. I need to get to Pridwin now, Dante.
Given the circumstances, I do as well.
Get me
We need to get going.
out of here.
Follow my lead. I'll try and navigate us back.
She steps up beside him.
He's going to try and navigate back to the castle.
What part of the shield are you anyways? She says after they've been running.
There's... I would rather not say.
Really? She says. Not now, when it could be useful.
Katya, I do not like the part of myself that makes that up.
Then what
I
were you?
refuse to take that form, and I refuse to be seen as it.
After all this time,
It's not me.
she nods. Fine. I'll do this on my own then. She sprints forward ahead of you.
He's going to try and keep pace.
Pridwin, you look around and you can see that she is standing there. She's not advancing on you, but she is in an offensive stance with the pieces of herself in her palms.
Pridwin's maintaining a defensive stance.
What's the matter? Can't manifest? She takes a step towards you. Your armor won't protect you. Not from me.
I don't need it.
We'll see. And she is going to lurch forward, her movements making a stream in the water, rising up on either side of her and leaving a wake behind her. Go ahead and roll to dodge.
Alright.
Assuming you're dodging.
I think he's more so going for a block than a dodge. That's a 19.
What are you blocking with?
He's using his bare hands.
You block with your bare hands. She clashes with you, and the two of you war strengths for a moment, and you feel just how immensely powerful she is as you begin to buckle beneath her weight before she backs off, darting with all the speed of a lightning streak across the sky as she makes space from you again. You have time to react. What do you want to do?
He's going to wait for her to try to move in again before attempting to go for a strike.
She does just that within seconds, lurching forward, that same stream, a blur of white and pink and the kimono that trails with her movements as she launches at you and strikes out with one of the two pieces of the scythe. Roll to dodge.
19.
Okay.
Again.
What, you said you wait till she gets close to strike. What do you do?
So as she careens in for another strike, instead of attempting to block, he parries as he brings his hand to the side, sweeping the scythe out of the way just long enough to get a punch in.
Roll to hit.
Alright.
Oof. Oh dear.
That's a natural 20.
Well, that's nice because she rolled a nat 1. You
Oof.
sweep your hand almost instinctually, knocking the scythe to the side, and in the same motion, you move with the other fist and you catch her. What are you aiming for?
He's going for a gut punch.
You catch her in the gut, and she staggers. It goes flying, actually, begins to sink into the surface of the water with the impact. She lets out a pain-filled gasp as she coughs up a mouthful of blood.
You're powerful. Very powerful, but that does not give you the right to underestimate me.
We're just getting started, she says, wiping the blood from her nose and mouth, and then lurching up out of the water again. The sky is getting more and more angry. And you can almost feel the electricity in the air as it gets thicker. You don't know where she went when she moved. What do you want to do?
He's going to maintain his defensive stance and try and catch her the next time that she moves in.
Roll perception.
Alright. 17?
With a 17, you're focused, precision focus, on the waters around you. The problem is you don't even hear her coming because she's not on the surface. You feel something strike between your shoulder blades as she comes soaring down from above you. She rolled a 19. And impacts you with the scythe and cuts down the back of your armor, leaving a trail of blood and slicing through the armor. You feel a burst of electricity seeping in beneath the plates as you stagger forward. You're bleeding and you hurt. She has disappeared again.
He is immune to lightning damage. Does that...
It's not the lightning that damaged you, it's the blade.
True.
You just feel the lightning crackling, warring with your own.
Not bad. He's gonna try again.
You wait. You watch. Roll perception.
18?
And this time you hear the slightest sound of her coming in and you manage to throw your arm up and catch her as she comes soaring down. The two of you clash your armored forearm and the edge of her scythes, and you manage to flip her over top of you, sending her flying, and she goes skidding across the surface of the water. Dante, you've started to lose sight of Katya. She doesn't know where she's going, but she's going there fast.
Katya, this isn't going to accomplish anything.
Pridwin needs me, she yells from somewhere ahead of you.
Then pace yourself.
Why?
You don't get anywhere through here by being fast. You get through by knowing where you're going.
And I'm assuming you do, because it doesn't seem like we're making any progress. She's suddenly beside you again.
I was trying to follow you. If you got lost in here, it wouldn't be good.
Yeah, I'd know a thing or two about that.
And this place is a labyrinth, and it has a lot of bad memories in it.
Well, can you hurry it up? Because I don't like that feeling in the air.
Neither do I. He's once again going to try and reorient himself and navigate.
Roll history?
15?
With a 15, you're not in your memories anymore. You're in somebody else's.
These aren't mine or Pridwin's.
So we're getting nowhere then, Katya says frustratedly.
We're somewhere else, just not where we want to be.
You hear armored boots on grass from behind you.
He looks over.
You glance over and you see a very large, armored woman with a sword. Hex peers down at you.
Ah, wherein my son's memory.
The one with a weird mask, Katya says nervously. Katya has seen Hex. Katya does not want to deal with Hex.
She's taller than she is in reality. Of course she is.
Katya actually looks scared, standing beside you, Dante. You hear the same sounds of horrible things in the background. Russia. Katya's own memories bleeding into Dante's. Into, Romeo's.
Focus.
She shakes her head a little bit and tries to look away from Hex.
We just need to keep moving.
You see a tremor running through her hands, but she nods and tries to force herself to turn away from Hex.
I don't know what he sees in that woman.
So your wife wasn't scary, Katya says, her voice shaking as she tries to walk.
Terrifying.
Great.
He has her with him, doesn't he?
I don't know, does he?
He never goes anywhere without her.
Yeah, but Katya doesn't know her.
Sure.
And probably doesn't even realize that's her.
You could ask her herself, or you could ask her.
What's that supposed to mean? She says, not looking at you, trying to ignore the thunderous, heavy, chonky footsteps that are following behind the two of you.
He runs his hand over the sword.
What was her name? Katya says, chancing a glance at it.
Oh god, I've got to remember what her name was. Hang on, I have it. I
love
have it. I just
making you
need
remember deep lore.
God, I never even got the chance to finish her art. Uh... Hang on. I just need to find the... Wait, no, this is stupid. I literally have it in my notes. Uh...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't think I'd catch you off guard like that.
Sorry, I completely forgot. Hang on. I just gotta... There's so much I need to scroll. Florea.
That's a nice name, she says nervously. You can practically feel Hex looming menacingly over top of the two of you.
She was from Wallachia, back when Wallachia was still a place.
I don't even know what that is, she says.
I believe they call it Romania now.
Huh.
There were a great many warlords there at the time. Vlad Tepes and her father being two of them.
So, like, you guys are just attracted to really scary women. That's just your thing? It's like the Rhizostoma curse, she says without looking at him.
You've seen what our progenitor considered beautiful, didn't you?
The jellyfish?
Aurelia, yes.
More or less.
Yes, all of us like terrifying women. Even most of the women.
She nods a little bit. Guess I do fit in as a Rhizostoma, she says under her breath.
We actually met because I was going to kill her father. And she was also going to kill her father.
Oh. That's, so not romantic.
I thought it was. And so did she. We beheaded him together.
Okay, she says. We have very different opinions of romance.
You're missing out.
How am I missing out? She says, turning full on to look at you.
One of these days, you and your partner are going to do something terrifying, and you will understand then.
She says. I will take your word for it.
Dante just starts walking a little faster.
Was she pretty at least? Katya says under her breath, still trying to ignore Hex.
The most beautiful person I'd ever met. She can still take her other form. She just prefers this.
No, it's okay. The sword is cool, Katya says absent-mindedly, still trying to find her way.
It would be nice if my son was here. He usually is. Oglin's old.
Yeah, come to
Acquaintance.
think of it, where is Romeo? Where is anybody for that matter? Katya says, looking around.
It's always a pain trying to find anyone. Usually they're wandering through their own memories. We usually have better luck finding each other when we meet at the castle.
It's gotta be close. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Come on, Dante, think. How are we gonna get out of here?
I'm trying to concentrate on the castle, but it doesn't seem to be working.
Katya gives a sudden, frustrated yell and lurches around Dante and clashes with Hex.
Oh, that's a terrible idea.
You are too late.
He just looks down to... He looks down to his sword and says, This is becoming a mess.
You say this, and you look back up and see Hex and Katya fighting in the background.
He's going to go and help her.
Bridwin, what did you roll for perception?
Great question. That is a 19.
With a 19, she comes and clashes with you again, this time from the side. You throw up your arms to block, except this time she catches the edge of your gauntlet and rips and pulls it free.
Rather than reacting to the pain, he's going to just go in for a hit while she's busy tearing him up.
Go ahead.
That's a natural 20.
You managed to get another hit off. Where do you aim?
I mean, considering she's busy stabbing him, he's going to pop her straight in the face.
Yeah, you do so. She flips backwards, another stream of blood rewarded from your other gauntleted hand. But she's managed to take your gauntlet and the piece of your forearm. She looks down at it as she skids across the surface and tosses it aside.
He strikes his bleeding hand against his chest a few times to numb the pain and says, "Not bad."
You know, I never saw you without that getup on. Why don't you show me what you actually are like underneath of there? And she moves for you again. Roll to dodge.
Alright. 18.
She's gonna hit you again. This time, she aims for your other gauntlet.
He takes the hit, but instead of going for a strike and turn, he says, "Well, considering I've already gone through all of your personal things, as you said, like a storybook," he's going to remove his helmet.
She flips away from you and watches as you pull your helmet off.
I would offer for you to walk through all of my worst memories, but perhaps that can wait.
She's almost caught off guard for a moment before her eyes narrow again. The thunder overhead crackles and spiders lightning outwards. Roll after roll of it, and the sea beneath you is becoming more and more stormy. Even with your water walking, you find that you have to balance yourself occasionally because the water is getting so choppy. You hear several shouts from behind you, including Romeo, surprisingly.
He's going to look back and say, "Have any of you seen Katya?"
You see several of them turn and look at each other and shrug.
"I need her help."
They look at each other and nod, and several of them start running off towards the large double doors. Dante. Katya is fist fighting Hex barehanded. And she's gotten pretty cut up in the process, but she has also thrown Hex around like a ragdoll a couple times.
You're fortunate he remembers beating her more than anything.
You're not helping, she says as she swings, sliding underneath a blow from Hex and then kicking out at the side of her leg, which topples her down onto one knee.
He is trying to help fighting.
Yeah, but what he's saying is not helping.
I am doing my best.
You hear a sound from behind you, Dante, as you say this. You glance over your shoulder and you see your son. Looking confused?
Thank God you're here. Help us with your insane girlfriend.
I feel like Romeo just sighs. Pulls out some witty, charming line that I'm not good at coming up with freehand.
Good lord.
Romeo easily takes her attention. Katya offers a hand to pick you back up.
He takes it.
What direction did he come from? She says while the two of them are duking it out behind you.
He was behind me. He points in the direction.
So that way, she says, grabbing his gauntlet and starting to pull.
He follows.
The two of you go running, and up ahead, through the trees, you see a set of double doors.
This looks like the way.
Pridwin, she's coming at you again. Roll me another dodge.
Alright. 16?
Ooh. She rolled a crit.
Again?
As she comes at you, you see the speed and the wrath in her movements, and you notice that she is now spinning, and instead of one piece and then the other, it forms into the entire double-sided scythe in that strange way it always did. And she spins it and arches down and catches you on the shoulder, and it cuts through, and it hurts. You think she scrapes bone.
He winces and he says, I think that would have killed anybody else.
As she flips over top of you, she takes a second swing, crouching low and aiming for your leg.
He's gonna counter that one.
Roll.
That's a natural 20 of my own.
She rolls just one underneath of you, and you just barely manage to shift it, skimming your armor, but not catching underneath.
And he follows up with another strike.
Try.
18.
You just barely manage to hit where you aiming.
He's gonna go for an uppercut.
You do so, and you don't catch her face, but you catch the weapon that she throws up to block, and it actually hurls her into the air. You have a second to look at your bleeding shoulder. And you do see bone. It's severely threatening to limit the movements of that arm.
He's going to squeeze it in place and try and heal it up a bit.
The second you start to try and heal, you hear movement behind you, and she's rushing you again, not giving you the chance. Roll to dodge.
Alright. 18.
Match. Goes to defense. She crashes into you, unable to cut you, but she does knock you off balance as she goes agilely flipping over the top of you again, landing on her feet and coming back at you. She doesn't seem like she's going to give you a second to breathe. What do you do?
I don't think he'd be able to do that until he has a partner. He's gonna go for another punch, with a 17.
She rolled a 19.
Jesus Christ.
You're going for a punch, and instead she slides under your arm and kicks a foot out and catches you in the gut and hurls you into the air. you're midair and you try to figure out just where you are and reorient yourself when you see something coming at you through the darkness of the clouds. Because you're in midair, you have disadvantage to do anything for it. Roll.
Oh boy. So that was a 19 and a 16. So 16.
She comes down on you like a screaming beam of lightning, surrounded by that yellow electricity, and you know you're gonna get hit. And the second she impacts you, there's an explosion of thunder, except you don't feel anything. There's a presence in front of you and between you. Something hits you in the chest and hurls you down, and you feel your back slamming against the water. You try and push yourself up, and you look and you see a figure standing in between you and her. Sorry, I'm late.
It's okay.
You can see that Katya is bleeding. The strike cut straight from her wrist all the way to her elbow. She glances at it, holding her hands defensively in front of her.
He's going to hold out his hand to her.
She takes it.
And he's going to transform.
She rolls her shoulders, holds the shield up defensively in front of her, and glares at Amaishi. What do you want to do?
I am not alone. And neither are you. And he's actually going to use... he's going to use a benthic ability. Which means as he says this, there's a massive dark form under the water that moves in.
Amaishi's eyes track its movements from beneath the surface. She raises a hand and looks at you. And then she opens her palm wide and twists it, and all of a sudden a burst of lightning comes down straight above you.
Pridwin's going to block it.
Katya easily raises the shield up overhead and catches it, splintering the electricity off in every direction around you. It rains down and hits the surface of the water, rippling outward.
And he's gonna make an attack with benthic Medusa.
Okay, roll to hit.
Alright. As one of these massive inky black tendrils rises out of the water, that's a natural 20.
You're gonna hit.
As it rises out of the water and just crashes into her before sinking back beneath.
She takes the hit from it, but she keeps on moving, using the momentum of being struck to hurtle towards you. She's gonna take a swing at you.
18?
The added speed on the ability that she uses beats you out. As she takes a swing for you, Katya shifts and prepares herself to dodge when all of a sudden she's not in front of you anymore, she's behind you. And you can't see, but you hear Katya let out a pain-filled gasp as she takes a staggered step forward for a moment. You feel Katya's fingers lock into the glove of the shield. She grits her teeth. You can see beneath you the surface of the water you're standing on is red.
He's gonna go for another attack.
You do so.
Oh,
she rolled a 10 that time.
Oof. Let's see. 16.
You're gonna hit. She rolled a 10.
This time going in for a stab with the blade.
You stab out with the blade and manage to catch her. What are you aiming for?
Her shoulder this time.
You catch her shoulder, and you see as she releases how she's been using both hands on the dual-bladed scythe to just one, spinning it easily with the fingers of one hand while she rolls her shoulder and winces. You can see the water surface is red beneath her as well. Dante, you finally make it to the shoreline with your son. You look out and you see everything going on, and you hear the murmurs of your family members around you. In fact, you make it there right about the time to watch this woman you've never seen before, the woman with the lightning, flip as almost she phases through Katya and strike her completely across the shoulder blades.
There's gotta be something we can do.
You see Pridwin's mother look over at you and give you a like what look.
He brings his hand to his chin for a moment. I think I have an idea.
She gestures at you emphatically.
If she is convinced that she is alone in her suffering, perhaps we should show her otherwise.
You see Romeo look to you and nod. So does Lavinia. What do you do?
We're taking them on a trip.
You see there's kind of a collective grimace amongst several of your family members present, but they don't disagree with you.
He's going to start moving out towards the water.
You take a step out onto the water, and then another, and you hear the impact of feet on the surface behind you. Pridwin. Katya is standing strong on her feet, despite the fact that there's a lot of blood. Her eyes narrow, waiting the mind meld between the two of you, between Meister and Weapon, is waiting for your suggestion.
Pridwin is going to say, we just have to keep moving. Then he's going to go for another strike on her.
Roll.
That's a natural 20.
Bless. She rolled a 7.
So this is what I think is going to happen.
Okay.
As they clash, desperately trying to hit one another. Pridwin, Katya goes in for a shield bash, knocking her off balance, and then goes for a solid haymaker straight, the rim of the shield going straight into her jaw, sending her careening backwards. And as the two of them go flying forward, suddenly they're in a completely different scene.
Katya doesn't seem caught off guard by this change of scenery, but Amaishi does, and she pauses, her eyes darting from left to right at the unfamiliar surroundings. What does she see?
Let's see. I've got to grab the Book of Rhizostoma real quick. I think, yeah, there is a sea of skeletons. The hordes encroaching on Scylla. Villages burning in the distance.
She's so caught off guard that you're gonna get the hit on her.
He's gonna go for another punch.
You're gonna hit her.
And as he does, the force throwing her back again, the scene once again changing. As the strike connects, Pridwin saying, "She faced impossible odds. A horde that she could not hold back. Bludgeoned to death." And as the scene changes, this time there is a field. Rolling hills. A raging storm overhead. And in the distance, a castle. The storm at its absolute worst, at its center. Lightning striking the stone with such intensity that it begins to bring it down to rubble. Already piles of ash swallowing the base of the structure.
She's taking it in, but she's more ready this time. And she throws the scythe and maneuvers sideways to strike at you as you come at her again.
That's a 19.
That's a 20.
Oof.
Pridwin, you can see that this hit, it's gonna be bad, because now she's not just angry, she's scared.
He's gonna take it.
Katya tries to spin sideways, and you manage to catch it in the shield. Just barely missing, possibly taking Katya's arm off.
And as the blade strikes into him, rather than trying to fight back, he just keeps talking. They accused her brother of witchcraft. She lost control. Her rage was so great that it went for 168 hours. Until everything, even her own body, was ash. And once again, the scene changes.
She tries to take another swing at you, taking it all in. Roll to dodge.
Alright. That's a 18.
How have you not rolled below a 10 this whole time?
I don't know.
She tries to strike out at you, but Katya manages to maneuver, using her foot to roll off of the blade before it can strike her. What does she see?
She sees Dante's memory. The moon, a deep crimson. The skies filled with smoke. They're standing atop a mountain of bodies. Demons, monsters, humans. The armored bodies of soldiers. Dante attempting to hold back a horde that doesn't end. He made his final stand, as all of us do in the end. They promised he wouldn't live to see the sun rise, but it did. And he's gonna go for another strike.
Roll.
That's a 19.
Match. She shifts sideways, seeing you coming this time, and this time she, in the shift, tries to grab the shield and wrench it from Katya's arm, trying to throw you in separate directions.
I'm just imagining that the two of them collide and start spinning.
Yeah, probably. Katya grunts with the speed and the awful sensation of being pulled apart from you. Trying to dig her fingers in, you can feel her fingertips bleeding with how tight she's gripping your metal.
He's going to go for another strike, attempting to push her back.
Try. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. That's a 4.
Yeah. She critted again. You're spinning. You try to do another strike to get her off of your partner, but you can't. With a precisioned focus, she plants her foot square in Katya's chest and wrenches you from her arm. There is a static, awful burning sensation for a moment as you are sent flying.
He goes careening across the stone, sliding, coming to a stop as he pushes himself up. Blood pouring from his armor.
You see,
And
she's standing there where she was before she threw you. She has Katya by the throat, lifted off the ground, gripping her neck and jaw. Katya's digging her fingers into Amaishi's wrist.
the scene changing once again as Pridwin slowly pulls himself up. This time, a massive, fiery gateway standing before them. A lone paladin standing before it. He walked into hell alone. Its armies far outnumbering him. But even alone, we do not give up. And he's going to lunge at her and try and free Katya.
You try to lunge, and she reacts. Roll.
That's a natural 20.
She rolled a 19. You lunge at her
Lord.
to swing, and as she turns to deflect, you notice that she is using Katya's body to block you.
As she brings her up, Pridwin, instead of striking her, latches onto her and pries Amaishi's hand from her
You do
before
so
grabbing.
As you pry her free, you see from the grasp of her fingers, it slices Katya's neck. Not completely open, but almost. Arthur, you're standing watch, still very uncomfortable by the fact that the undead have disappeared for the moment, when all of a sudden you hear a gasp from behind you.
He looks over.
You turn to look and you see Katya's resting on her knees still, in that unconscious, strange way. The shield is in her lap, but all of a sudden she's in a pool of blood, and you didn't notice it before, but you do now. It's a lot. There's blood coming from her shoulders, her throat is bleeding. It looks like her entire arm was cut open.
Doesn't look like it's going good in there.
You hear North make a faint, eeping gasp.
If this gets any worse, we might need to move him.
North stops. As if experiencing a spine chill, you see her skin begin to bristle with goosebumps. She slowly turns and looks back out over the city.
Arthur follows her gaze.
You follow the gaze, and in the distance, well beyond the gates, a couple miles away, you see movement. A lot of movement.
Oh, hell. Looks like they figured out we weren't going nowhere.
North steps up beside you. You see her arm flash, and along her forearm and up her elbow is the curled edge of her scythe. She looks nervous, but determined not to let anything touch Katya.
Alright, kid. Here's the plan. We're gonna slow them down as much as we can. But the second that they start getting through, we are moving them. And we are getting the fuck out of here.
She nods.
Arthur looks back down his scope and gets ready, waiting for them to approach.
Pridwin, you manage to pry her free with the resulting damage and shove Damaishi off of her.
So, what I'm imagining happens is that as he wrenches Katya free, he just grabs her neck and starts punching her repeatedly in the face.
You just throwing Katya backwards.
He was trying to get her off of her.
Fair. So you wrench Katya backwards, and then you grab Amaishi and start swinging. She does her best to try and block you, but she's not super successful while being grappled.
And as they're falling to the ground, the scene changes once again. And they're back in the courtyard. at night. There's a trail of blood from somewhere that was not from them. And as he goes for another punch, he stops short, leaning back, breathing heavily. We know what you've been through. And we also know what it is like to hold so much frightening power. To be afraid that if you lose control for even a second, untold devastation will follow. But we also know that it is not inevitable. And that you do not have to be alone. He rolls off of her, getting up to his knees. So, have I proven myself, or do I need to keep punching you?
You say this and you look over at her, but you don't see her. At least you don't see the emblazoned, angry woman that you saw a second ago. You see a small figure in a tiny kimono. Her hair short and frazzled. She's crouched down, her knees close to her chest, and she's rocking. And you hear her crying. You see that one of her hands is covering the side of her face, and there's blood that leaks between the fingers. And you realize you've seen this image before. This crying little girl.
He pulls himself over to her and puts a hand on her shoulder.
She bristles a bit under your hand, and you feel a zap and a shock. Of course, it doesn't do anything to you.
He doesn't pull back. Doesn't even twitch in response.
The little girl looks up at you.
You're not alone.
You see a figure stepping up behind her. It's your mom. And your mom scoops her up. And suddenly it's not just your mom. It's multiple members of your family together, cradling her, fussing over her. And she's letting them.
He pushes himself up onto his feet. They're good people, Mamaishi. And you more than deserve to be one of them.
You see her look up at you tearfully. And she nods to you. And you look down, and you see there's something waiting in front of you by your feet.
I'm assuming it's her weapon.
It is.
He picks it up gently with all the reverence he can muster.
And you do so. And it seems to come alive at your touch. The electricity crackles up your arm, but this time it's not foreign and it's not warring, it's yours. And it feels powerful.
It is an honor to welcome you into this family. For what closer siblings are there than the howling storm and the roaring sea?
You look down again and the weapon's gone. But it's not really gone, it's inside of you. You can feel it there. You glance back and you see that Katya is no longer behind you. You see a pool of blood. And standing just beside it, you see Dante. And he looks scared. You're muted.
You need to get going. Now. Pridwin nods. Dante puts a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. We'll take good care of her. Pridwin nods again, and he's going to try and wake up.
You try and wake up, and even before you're completely back in your body, you hear shouting. Somewhere in the distance, you hear North shouting, "There's too fucking many of them! I can't keep this up! I need Katya!" You hear Arthur shouting something unintelligibly, and you hear the firing of the railgun.
Pridwin's immediately going to get up and look for Katya.
You snap back up. You look down. The souls in front of you are gone, and so is the weapon. And there's a large pool of blood.
Katya.
She's coughing beside you, holding her neck. She's trying to push herself up because she can hear her partner in the distance.
He grabs her, and he's immediately going to use strongest healing ability on her.
You do so. What do you focus on out of her 3 wounds the most?
I mean, if he uses the thing that lets him heal 76 health in 5 bursts, would he be able to heal as much of it as possible?
I'd say you could for the most part, yes. She seems to be fighting you as you try to heal her, just hearing the sounds in the distance.
Hold still for 5 seconds.
Her eyes move up to you, and there's an intensity in them.
You need to be in tip-top shape when you get to her.
Katya nods.
He pats her on the shoulder as soon as he finishes and pushes himself up.
No sooner than your fingers stop touching her, she is gone, sprinting and lurching off the side of the building. Arthur, you see a bloody Katya just throw herself over the side of the building.
Hey kid, you got incoming?
North swings a couple times, not hearing him, and then Katya lands behind her and scoops her up. There's a flourish and a flash, and all of a sudden, Katya is wielding an enormous scythe. She knocks a few back and creates some space between the horde and her and glances up in Arthur's direction.
Is the Tin Man alive?
I don't know, Pridwin, are you alive?
For the most part. Good, then we need to get the fuck out of here.
Pridwin, you think you might agree with him. And so you run to the edge and think you're gonna start to plan your way down, and that's when you feel it. The terror radius is back. And something within you is screaming and fighting to come to the surface. And you can't help but feel that the only reason that would happen is if that presence felt familiar.
We need to go. We need to get out of here as fast as possible.
You say this. Arthur and Rosada don't seem to object to this, however, Katya and North are down in the pit with everyone else. You see her easily maneuvering, dancing, each swing taking out half a dozen undead in their wake, but the problem is, every time she knocks them down and creates space, they get back up.
Pull back, we need to find another way out of here.
Katya hears you shout. She nods and turns to take a step, and then she stops. Arthur, through your scope, you can see it at the main gate. There's something moving. Its color is different than the rest of the undead. And you hear a metal dragging sound echoing off of the dilapidated houses.
Fuck me.
You see Cat slowly turn and look back in that direction. And the undead seem to have stopped trying to get close to her for the moment. It's like they're waiting for something, just hovering there in a loose circle around her, just out of reach of North's length of her scythe.
We need to go. We need to go right now.
She turns and braces herself and goes to leap, and she collides with something. There's a green, almost static that she crashes into. She skids on it and then drops back down to the ground. Looks at it. Reaches up and tests it with the edge of the scythe. It reacts with a hiss. She slowly looks up at your direction.
Pridwin's going to try and get down there.
You start trying to find a way to get down. Arthur, you look down at her, and you look back up. And that thing is another level up. And each step that it takes, each stone step, is a clink of that metal that is being drugged behind it. And it just gets louder and louder.
Well, this ain't exactly the way that I wanted to die.
You just want to die, Rasada says, period.
I've been over that already. I've changed my mind.
Let me make my
Of course,
jokes.
now
I'm
is when
scared as fuck, Arthur.
Of course, it had to be right when I did. Arthur's just readying the shot.
Katya turns, nodding from the static, and arches the scythe behind her defensively, keeping herself between it and everything else. It's about a level away now. She reaches down, grabs the mask off of her waist, and places it where it belongs, and looks up. Bridwin, you're trying to maneuver the crumbling walls. Roll me Dex.
Could I argue strength?
Sure. I feel like Dex is more like trying to get down without killing yourself, but I mean, I guess you want to argue strength.
I mean, there's not like an athletics option, so I'm saying like just to keep a careful grip and go down slowly as opposed to a more acrobatic descent.
Sure.
And it's just him, so that's 19.
With that roll, you are able to keep your grip. However, because you are not acrobatically inclined, it's not fast. You don't fall, but you're not fast.
He's just gonna descend as far as he can, and once he's close enough that he can drop down, he'll drop down.
You continue descending, trying to get to that point where you can drop. And that's when you start to hear it. The metal dragging.
Oh no.
I'm sure you hear Dante in the back of your mind as well, if he's not already fighting his way out.
Yep. He's just gonna try and get down to ground level and get back to everybody else.
You reach the point where you think you can safely drop, and you do with a crash. You look up and you see there's a veritable sea of undead between you and her. And as you're looking at her, and you see it coming up the steps, and that awful, almost rusted armor, the massive sword being drug behind it. And with every step, there's this green static around it. And you've never seen anything like that before.
Pridwin. So there's a horde between him and everybody else.
Yeah, you kind of came down the side, and there's a very large horde of undead that has formed a circle around Katya.
Pridwin's going to try and use his lightning to clear a path.
You try and focus the lightning. You've never used Amaishi's lightning before, so it's a bit finicky. It takes you a few moments to try and figure out how to muster it properly. But you manage to clear several of them out of the way and start making your way forward. You knock more of them back and you look up and he's already there. And he stops. And he just stands there, menacingly. I'm gonna ask, do you want to voice Idris?
I don't know if I should. I'm pretty sure Dylan was supposed to be the one who voiced Idris.
I didn't agree to that.
I mean, I can't have a whole conversation with myself.
True. He tilts his head from one side over to the other, as if looking at Katya curiously, like he doesn't know what to make of her. They're at a standstill for the...
Dante is going to push through.
You keep trying to make your way there, but it's not long before you hit that green static, the same thing that she did. It's a veritable wall. And it smells of death and decay, and you cannot push through it.
He strikes at it as he calls out, Idris!
The figure's head slowly turns in your direction.
Idris, this does not concern them.
He's staring at you, and the intensity in his eyes, it's foreign to you. There is so much rage.
Idris, if there's anything left in there, remember what happened in Patras.
Idris tilts his head slowly again, as if listening. Yes, Ilyana. I'll take care of the child first. And he drags the sword up. What do you want to do?
He's going to try to stop them.
You try to break through the static wall again, to little avail. And there's almost a flicker of justice in those eyes. Like he knows that you're about to watch something horrible, and somehow that feels right and fair to him. As he brings the enormous sword up, and his eyes turn back to Katya North. She braces herself and brings the scythe up defensively over the back of her shoulder. It's okay, Dante. You hear her voice drifting towards you. I made a promise, remember?
This shouldn't be happening.
You say this, and he takes a swing. Katya brings North up to block as the massive sword comes flying down at her, and you watch as She does block it, but it hurls her backwards with such force she slams into the wall.
As that happens, Arthur's in there, right?
In the static?
Yeah, he's in range, right?
I
Since
would
they were fighting
say...
next to each other.
I would say since he's on top of the academy looking down at them, yes, the wall only goes around, it doesn't go over.
Hang on. I have to grab the ability. As he strikes at her, would he be able to use Rumbrave as he like leaps onto him and stabs him in the shoulder?
Are you throwing yourself down on top of him?
Yeah, he needs to make a distraction.
Okay.
This isn't a good idea. I'm fully aware of that.
Okay.
Arthur's desperate and panicking.
Yeah, sure, why the fuck not?
He tries to slip the knife between the plates.
You try to slip the knife between the plates and you get hit in the face with a waft of unlife. It is not pleasant.
I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
You look up as you say this, and there is a very large hand moving for your face.
He's going to leap backwards and say, "That's it, jackass, come for me first."
Roll to dodge.
Uh-huh.
Hola, ¿cómo estés?
Hello. Uh... 17?
With the 17, you say this line, "Come get me first." And the hand keeps coming at you and grabs you.
Blah!
Mid-air, it squeezes down with enough strength to break bone, but it doesn't. Instead, he turns, and as if throwing a card, hurls you as hard as he can directly into Katya. Katya tries to catch you, and both of you crash into the static wall.
God damn it.
You hear her let out a gasp. She spits out a mouthful of blood, tries to pull you back to your feet first. Nice of you to drop in, North says.
Well, I was gonna try and take a hit for you, but it didn't really go as planned.
Idris reaches up, grips the knife in his shoulder, wrenches it free, and looks at it. It's tiny in his palm. And he moves it between two fingers and then hurls it at you.
Arthur's gonna try and catch it.
You try and catch it.
That's a 19.
You do catch it. It comes in hot, but you catch it.
Trying to hit me with my own lucky dagger? That's not a good idea, old man. He wipes it off and then stuffs it back into his boot. Idris, listen to me, damn it.
He doesn't seem to hear you. Yes, Ilyana. I'm just toying with them first. I know you want her body. I'll get it for you. And he takes another step in their direction. Shit, Katya says, trying to drag herself back to her feet. You hear a tremor in North's voice beside you in the scythe, Arthur, and she whispers, I don't want to be one of those things. You're muted again.
We ain't gonna let that happen, kid.
You see her eyes and the blade of the scythe are doubtful. But almost immediately there is a laser precision focus as she looks up and you find yourself in a shadow. Katya immediately moves to block with the scythe as Idris is suddenly over top of you, arcing that massive sword down. Katya catches it, except the weight of it is so heavy that he starts pushing the blade back towards both of you.
Arthur's gonna take a shot to his chest to try and knock him back.
Roll.
17.
You hit him in the chest and it seems to glance off of him. The awful glowing green of his eyes focuses on you for a moment. He removes one hand from his sword and reaches to try and grab Arthur.
Arthur's gonna try and dodge. 18?
19.
Fuck.
You try and shift, and he snaps his hand down and makes impact with Rasada, who has moved in front of you. He easily wraps his massive hand around her small torso and begins to pick her up.
Rasada, no! God damn it!
Katya is still struggling under the weight of the sword. He puts his foot on top of it, forcing it down further. You are caught at the edge of North's blade with Katya as she tries to dig her heels in and tries to regain control of the weapon. Dante, you watch as Idris picks Rasada up off of the ground like a toy.
Idris.
He slowly turns his head in your direction again.
If this isn't... If you're not making the decisions here, I call for parley.
His eyes flicker, as if he's listening again. Rasada chokes as his fingers tighten around her ribcage. Why? He says.
Do you have any idea who you're working for?
The green eyes flicker. He looks intensely at you. Do you?
Idris. Idris, I'm...
You want to know what I remember? The fingers tighten as he slams his foot into the sword and it digs into the earth, pushing Arthur and Katya back against the static wall, keeping them stuck there for a moment. He takes a step toward the edge of the static wall towards where you're standing. Gripping Rasada tighter, you hear things begin to crack. What I remember is begging you for help. Except you never came.
I couldn't. Idris, I came as fast as I could.
You came too late, he says, and closes his fist, and Rasada goes limp, and he drops her.
I'm sorry, Idris. That witch, the wretched thing that she is. She attacked my home. You know we have to prioritize our homes. I came as fast as I could. I couldn't even bury my own men. She's behind this. And I want to know if you and the person you serve have any idea who she is.
She is a menace. Not an ounce of good within her. He leans down, almost half his height to look in your eyes. But I don't serve her.
Then why are you helping her?
You see for just a moment the green flicker disappears out of his eyes as if he's lost a connection. And you see the familiar eyes, the eyes that you used to know. He puts a hand against the static wall and looks at you. Contempt and rage and something else. Because she will kill her if I do not.
Idris.
You said it once before. We must prioritize our families, he says as he stands back up.
I couldn't help you back then. Let me try to now.
There's nothing you can do, old man. For we're both just remnants of our former selves. He grabs the edge of the sword and rips it free, releasing the pressure on Katya and Arthur.
I can't, but my grandson can. I just let us talk to her. To you.
There is nothing to speak of.
Then please let them go.
He holds the sword level, pointing it in Katya and Arthur's direction. I'm sorry, old friend. But I am not on the right side of this story anymore. And he's going to swing for Katya again.
Idris!
Katya tries to block and slips, and the sword digs down into her shoulder. North shrieks.
Does she even know Idris? Does she even know the monster that she serves?
He looks back in your direction. No.
Then let her, Idris. Listen to me. You think that you're protecting her, but you're forestalling a fate far worse. That witch will not spare her. She will use her up, use you up, and then discard you. And it will not be a merciful end. Idris, look at me.
He looks back at you again, the weight of the sword digging down into Katya and North.
She is a coward. She uses anything she can to use others to her advantage. She will lie, she will promise, and then she will cruelly destroy everything that you care about. She waited, hid in the background as we fought her hordes. She waited until my men were worn down, until they lay dead in the ground. She waited for us to begin burying them. And right as we were preparing to bid farewell, she made them get up. She forced us to fight our family again and again. Tell me, Idris, when your usefulness is up, when her usefulness is up, can you do that?
You see the tears on the rusted metal.
I'm sorry. I couldn't have helped, brother.
He's bearing down harder. You hear a cracking and you look over and you see that the immense pressure of his strength, the handle of the scythe, looks like it's beginning to tear. And Katya shrieks and immediately shifts, dropping it and catching the blade with her palms instead. Dante, do something, she says.
He's trying to push through the barrier.
You start ripping at the static, trying to find purchase, trying to pull it open. Idris is still staring at you.
Idris, there is always another way. That witch, she's not all-powerful. She hides behind the two of you because she is afraid.
You will come for her. He will try and kill the little one that I protect. And then you'll understand why I make these decisions, he says, arcing back with the sword and trying to swing it down again.
We can protect her.
Katya deflects as best she can, forcing the points of the sword to dig into the static wall behind her. No, you can't. Who would protect a necromantic witch? None but me.
Idris.
It's over, Dante.
Idris.
He
Listen to me.
shifts sideways and kicks out with his foot while trying to hold the sword's pressure down. Arthur, he's trying to kick out at you.
Arthur's just trying to keep his attention on him as best as possible.
He misses you with his boot because he rolled so badly. Crashes into the static wall. And there's a almost electric hiss. The smell of undead gets stronger.
Idris, things are changing. My My grandson. He's married to a witch.
Runs in the family then, does it? He growls as he forces the sword tighter and tighter onto Katya.
I'm telling you, we can help her. Better than you can, clearly.
He growls. You have successfully earned his ire. Dante, the static wall in front of you dissipates.
The Idris I knew was not a coward who gave up at the first sign of danger.
The Idris you knew is gone, he says as he gets closer to you, dragging the sword.
And what a shame that is. Bravery like that was so rare.
You see him hesitate for a moment.
Go ahead. You aren't going to kill me. Just another innocent bystander.
That's right. You died a long time ago. Just like me.
You said it yourself, Idris. We're ghosts. We can't do anything. And that means you can't protect her. But they can.
The green of his eyes flashes back open again and he tilts his head, as if listening. Perhaps, he says, and he turns from you. And he begins walking away. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps you will impress me. And he starts down the stairs, and you notice that the horde of undead goes with him.
Idris.
He stops.
He finally finished that blade, didn't he?
He glances down.
Better it went to you than me. I'm just glad he survived.
Ilyana, he says quietly. That's her name. He glances over his shoulder. And if you hurt her, I will destroy everything that you have left. And he turns and starts down the stairs.
We're going to get her out of this, Idris. I'm not going to break another promise.
As the undead begin to back away from you, Katya collapses, trying to catch her breath over top of North, whose unconscious body is lying beside her. And Arthur, you look over and see your partner is not moving.
Arthur's immediately going to scoop her up and try and get her to say something. Come on, don't die on me.
You pick her up, you shake her, you slap her on the jaw. Her eyes flicker a bit as if she's trying to open them.
You fucking scared me.
You know how it is. I'm the weapon. always die to protect my Meister.
That ain't fair.
Her eyes
You
close
all-
again. You feel as you pick her up, things protruding, digging at you, biting at your arm from her midsection. You can see broken ribs, the indentations of his fingers that were wrapped around her with just one hand.
Pridwin, or whichever one you are, I need some fucking help here.
Katya clutches North in her lap, her hands bleeding, and one of them possibly broken. She whispers, "I'm sorry, Dante. I overestimated him."
It's not your fault. This is all my fault.
Dante, I need Pridwin. Please.
You're right. I can't fix this. The glow dims and Pridwin immediately snaps to look over at them.
Pridwin, you come back to this.
Oh no. He's immediately going to start using his healing on everyone.
You start trying to use your healing. But you're tired. Who do you focus on first?
Who's in the worst state?
You aren't sure. Rosada has bones sticking out of her. North is conscious. And Katya and Arthur look like they got the shit beat out of them.
He's gonna focus on Rosada and North first. Probably use all of his energy on the two of them.
And you do so. If you focus all of your energy, it's enough to stabilize both of them.
He picks himself back up, grips his shoulder, which he hasn't even bothered to heal. We need to get back.
We'll lead them right to the base, Bridwin.
We have to take a different course and throw them off.
Katya nods, trying to stagger back to her feet. She looks exhausted. She picks up North's unconscious form, which flashes into the dagger. She holds her hand out to you. You're too slow.
Alright. He takes her hand.
You flash into your shield. She looks at Arthur. Can you carry her?
Yeah.
You pick Rosada back up. And the two of you look around. The undead retreated to the gate, but they stopped there as if waiting. Idris has disappeared. And now the undead are back to their usual roaming, hunting. Katya grits her teeth, trying to find a way out. I think it's surrounding the entire place.
I don't have enough energy to clear a path.
Just leave it to me, she says. She starts walking toward the gate, with you on one arm and the dagger in the other hand. when you are helpless to watch as Katya begins making her way through the undead, blocking with you, swinging with North. And with both of you out of energy, all she can do is use the edges of your weapon forms and nothing else.
Arthur's, considering he does not have the ability to... Oh wait, he can't even use his gun. He's got his knife out, and he's doing his best to just make sure that they can't sneak up on her.
You're trying to watch her back as best you can. And Katya is carving a path. And she makes her way around the edge, carving through dozen after dozen after dozen. She hits the edge of the forest, nowhere near to where you usually go in. And she pauses because she knows the risk of entering the Amazon in an area that's unfamiliar, but seeing the undead getting back up behind her, she looks at Arthur and says, "Keep close to me," and walks in through the edge. And they run a little ways in. She's looking more and more tired. And with every step, you feel a little more heavy, Britwin. And she runs in the direction that she thinks is right. And finally, she's so tired that she can barely take another step, and she trips and hits a knee, closes her eyes, and reaches out with her inner link in a shout. And she yells for Isaac. Isaac!
Mm-hmm.
What are you up to?
What time is it?
Late in the middle of the night.
He's probably asleep then.
Isaac, you're having a dream. What does Isaac dream about?
Not good things.
Isaac, you see your mother. She's not alive. You see your father standing over her. And you're caught in that memory again. The "it should have been me." Except instead of just hearing your voice whispering those words, you hear Katya's too. It should have been me, and you remember that connection that you had with her earlier in the day. And then suddenly, your mind is pervaded. And you hear her scream. Except you've never heard her yell like that before, because you've never even heard her say your name.
Katya?
You hear heavy breathing through the weak link. Desperate, struggled panting and exhaustion. She shouts your name again, except it trails off at the end, and you don't hear anything else.
He's going to try and... Does he snap awake?
I don't know. Roll a Constitution save.
Alright. That's not great. Let me see what his con is.
Cyrus.
Yeah.
Is Orion able to sleep after everything that he's seen?
Depends on what he saw. I don't know if he was there for watching the whole thing happen when they go into the meditation state, going to Katya. Maybe. I think it would be struggled sleep.
You're in and out of sleep when you hear your Meister's voice. Hey.
Oh fuck. Oh shit.
Yo, he says, and grabs you by the scruff and picks you up out of bed and sets you on your feet.
Oh, what's up, Tal?
You see that? He says, gesturing in the direction of Isaac.
Yeah? Now I do.
He doesn't usually, like, twitch like that. Is he, like, having a seizure or something? Cause I ain't no medical professional, and to be honest with you, I ain't seen the doc around here anywhere. Haven't seen the
I
little
haven't either.
red-headed chick either, come to think of it.
What's
No, I haven't
12 on
seen-
Isaac's con, by the way?
Isaac, you are having trouble waking up.
What?
Should we
You had to
go
be
see
15.
how?
God damn it.
Are you fucking serious? Sorry, I'm in the middle of a Dead by Daylight game. My apologies. I'm playing Survivor.
Yeah, that
That
checks
tracks,
out.
that tracks.
Oh shit. Should we go check on how he's doing?
I suppose, Tao says, and lumbers over to where Isaac is fidgeting. Tao reaches down to touch Isaac and immediately is stopped by an extremely pale hand. You touch my meister. I am going to kill you. Understand? Viviana is glaring up at him. You don't even know where she came from. Tao slowly raises his hands at his sides, and Viviana reaches down and cups Isaac's cheek. Isaac. Isaac, you're dreaming. Come back to me. Isaac, you hear Viviana's voice. She tells you you're dreaming, and your eyes flicker open.
Katya's in danger.
She blinks. No, you're having a dream.
No. No, she interrupted my dream.
That doesn't make any sense.
It was, like when we speak in our dual resonance.
Through the link? Why would
Yes.
she be in trouble? Did she go out on guard duty? She says, sitting up.
I don't know.
As this is inconvenient, it is very dark outside. It is new moon.
Holy shit.
We need to go and find them.
I knew you were going to say that. Okay, I'm up, she says, getting to her feet. Why must we always be going and trying to save people?
Viviana, do you want us to follow you, or?
If they are in danger, then we will need to help them.
Okay.
Papa, if we did not go into jungle by ourselves.
Yeah, I
Just
think
a
that would be
thought.
I think that would be a good idea.
After all, you two are more familiar with this area than we are you not?
There's something like that.
Oh, if we run into any spiders, I am going to kill you, Isaac, she says as she walks toward the door.
I'll make it up to you when we get back.
Oh, you better. Getting very hungry after all. She flashes into her whip in your palm.
He's going to try and see if he can feel the link still.
It's there, but it's faint.
He's going to try and see if he can follow it, gesturing for Orion to follow him.
We're only...
Orion,
I'm trying to think of what that would even be. Wisdom? Charisma? For a link? Charisma?
Would wisdom work?
I'll allow wisdom if you want to make that argument.
I would like to make that argument.
Okay.
I don't think I'm gonna need it. That's a 24.
Okay. It's faint, but it's there. You lurch down, making your way to the forest floor and begin trying to navigate through the dense foliage. Do you try and reach out, or do you just follow it?
He's gonna reach out. Katya. Katya, where are you?
Trees. Everywhere. I'm so tired, Isaac. Idris.
No.
Idris.
No shit.
We're trying to find you. Just keep talking to me. I can hear you.
You feel the link waver as if she's drifting off.
He's trying to, as quickly as he can, keep following the direction that he feels the link.
Make a speed check.
Oh god. So that was a great roll, but that goes down to 17.
With a 17. You're following it. At least you think you're following it, but the forest plays tricks on you. And suddenly, as you round the bow of a great tree, you look around, it's gone. And it's just you and Tao standing there.
Come on, where is she?
You don't hear anything.
Tao, Orion, help me. Something.
What do you do?
He's desperately trying to reestablish that link.
Arthur. You heard Katya yelling for somebody. And then she dropped, her knees hitting the moist earth. And she puts a hand into the small stream that she's come to, trying to wake herself up, and then she collapses into it. You're the only one conscious now.
He's going to try and sit her up. Come on, kid.
You grab her by the scruff, trying to hold Rosada in the other arm and pull her out of the water.
God damn it. He's just trying to drag everybody.
You try and move her, but the weight of the shield, it's so heavy. Arthur, you can't even begin to lift this shield, and you trip and you land next to her. And it's just you and 4 unconscious people.
Damn it. What the fuck am I supposed to do about this?
Orion, Isaac is spinning in circles. Tao's holding your hammer and he doesn't look like he knows what to do.
Isaac,
I can't sense them anymore. I don't know where to go.
What, since the kid?
She was in this direction, but
Oh, well, let's keep going that direction.
Maybe we yell, Tao says.
Make a loud noise?
Where's Maze when you need to blast K-pop music, he says under his breath.
No, we are not doing that. We are not doing more K-pop music. Didn't even know what that was until yesterday. Maybe I can lift you up in the air. Maybe you can get some signal, I guess. Yeah.
This doesn't work like a telephone. This is...
Maybe he has idea though. Should you go over top of forest, maybe you get lucky and see something.
That too.
There's no way I'm going to be able to climb up all of this.
Doesn't he
I
have
could-
weird the floaty thing?
I could, I could lift you.
It will be just
That's-
like Titanic.
That's...
Like the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I've
guess we.
never
Yeah.
heard of that movie.
This is not the time, Tao says.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, no.
Whatever, if it... Just get me up into the air.
All right, if you say so. I gotta pull up the character sheet. Give me a second. Sorry.
I want to say it's just
How
called
dare you.
levitate.
I think because levitate's for myself. Yeah, well, I mean, there's probably be able to.
What did you use to Oh, it's that trap one, isn't it?
Yeah. It's the.
I mean, hypothetically, you could start floating and then pick Isaac up.
I could launch you in the air.
I don't think that's a good idea.
You can catch a tree branch. Orion laughs a little bit.
For the purposes of this moment, I will allow you to use levitate on somebody else.
Okay.
You've
Oh,
never
yeah.
done it before, but I will allow you to try.
All right. I'm cool with that. Let's. Orion says to Isaac, I could try something I have never done before.
Roll me
I-
a intelligence check to see if you can pull it off.
Intelligence. All right.
I'm willing to try anything at this point.
All right. That's what I like to hear. Damn. What is that? That is a 22.
With a 22, Isaac, you are suddenly not on the ground anymore. You are very rapidly rising into the air, and you do your best to dodge tree branches and other foliage as you finally make it up to the top, and you start to fear that maybe you're not going to stop. But after you get a certain length away from Tao and Orion, you suddenly stop and you're hovering. Roll me a perception check.
This is incredibly uncomfortable.
I regret
Don't
coming
worry.
here with you.
Don't worry, you guys get used to it.
That's a 19 on the perception.
With a 19, you look around. It's dark. The forest is dark. Everything is dark. However, Arthur, roll me perception.
14.
With a 14, you look up, and because he is over the tops of the trees and a break in the foliage, you see a glint of copper in the air.
What the fuck? Arthur's gonna start calling out.
Isaac, you hear a voice in the distance.
They're up ahead, not too far from here.
Orion, you got him up there. Now you gotta figure out how to get him down.
Isaac's just going to start trying to, like, swim through the air.
You just. Isaac, you just kind of move your body downwards.
What is that supposed to mean? I...
You see like Orion eyes through the hammer looking at Tao.
Orion, roll me another intelligence check.
Oh, that one's 10?
Isaac, I have bad news for you.
Oh no.
He's trying to figure out how to get you down, and all of a sudden, whatever's holding you in place, yeah, it's not holding you in place anymore.
Can he attempt to slow his descent.
I will allow you to do so with dexterity.
Fortunately, Isaac is much better with dexterity than Pridwin is. Not terrible. That's a that's a 17. Water bucket.
With a 17, you try your damnedest, and you use that vine technique as a last-ditch effort and manage to slow yourself down before you impact the ground. After expressing her disdain at almost slamming face first into the earth, the two of you are back on your feet.
Did you guys have fun riding Orion Airlines?
Absolutely
No.
fucking not.
Okay, well, you guys are always free to come again.
We need to keep going. They're close.
You start walking, and at first you think, Arthur, maybe it was an angel. Maybe it was something worse. But you quickly hear something moving through the underbrush, and then you remember you're in the Amazon. You're in a place that they warned you was really, really dangerous, and you know undead are chasing you, and you have a bunch of unconscious people with you.
He pulls his knife from his boot.
You pull your knife out, kind of helplessly. And then Isaac comes through the foliage.
Oh, thank God it's somebody that... We're not too far from the base, are we? They're fucking not in good shape. We're not too far.
Tao walks over and grips Katya by the scruff and picks her up. She still has the shield on, coiled around her fingers, and despite the heavy weight of it, he seems surprised but able to carry it. What exactly is going on here? Viviana says, looking to you.
We tried to do some shit. God, I don't even know to understand. I think the Tin Man was trying to do some weird necromancy bullshit. I don't know. It was something to do with ghosts. Doesn't really matter. Whole bunch of dead still in the city. They all backed off as soon as they saw us, though. But once they realized we were staying in one place, they all started pouring back in. The big guy that we saw when we got here the first time, he came back.
The one with the big fuck-off sword?
Yeah, that guy. Apparently one of the ghosts inside of the Tin Man knows him pretty personally, by the sounds of it.
Could we maybe discuss this in some better surroundings? Tao says, looking around. You hear that?
Yeah, bottom line is we're in
crunching
deep
things.
shit, and we need to get the fuck out of here.
Tao shoulders Orion's hammer over one shoulder and holds Katya limply in his hand.
Tao, I can walk, and make things easier for you.
He shrugs and drops you.
Thanks for just dropping me.
He scoops Katya up, kind of like a rag doll, and cradles her in his very large arm. Viviana looks over at you, Arthur.
Lead the way.
Come on, Isaac. Let's go.
Isaac nods and is going to start retracing their steps.
You guys start going backwards. And it's not easy. In fact, the navigation seems to get worse and worse. And just when you think you might be stuck out here for the rest of your miserable lives, you see lights ahead. You hear shouts, and you see Cain come running forward, his sword blazing with fire. Oh my god, he says with relief.
They're alive, but not in good shape.
Come on, let's get back to the base. There's a huge thing of undead, and they're all over the place. We need to batten down and keep quiet.
Oh, great.
Yeah, we tried to shake them, but it ain't good.
It is okay, cowboy. Something tells me it is not your fault.
Arthur nods and he rushes over towards the way up to the tree houses and continuing to carry Rosada.
Cain and the few rebels standing guard try and help you guys up into the base.
Tal and Orion follow Arthur.
You guys
Right.
make it back up top. Tao carefully drops Katya down on the floor in the makeshift medical tent that they have up there. So what are we supposed to do with the fact that this thing, he taps on the shield, is the medical provider?
Yeah, what happened to you guys?
Well, him and the kid did their spooky bullshit.
Spooky
Started-
bullshit.
It's you
Long
weren't
story.
here for that. Apparently you can like go inside people's heads. So they tried to go inside of a dead person's head. And then they started exploding with blood.
Ryan just like
and then a
slowly
whole
to Tao. While he's
Tao
saying
is
this.
slowly walking backwards away from the tent.
And then, well, I already told you, the fucking big-ass motherfucker with the sword came back and tried to kill us. Talked to the Tin Man's ghost grandpa or whatever the fuck he is. They talked to each other like they were scorned ex-lovers or some shit. I don't fucking know. And then he tried to kill everybody. And then he just stopped trying to kill everybody. And then he left. And then after he left, all the zombies started trying to kill us again.
Okay. Well, you see, I'm gonna go follow my good buddy Tao that way.
Orion exits post-haste stage right.
Hey! Hey, you are coming back here and you are giving me some alcohol. Then you can leave.
Okay, I can do that.
I can
Orion comes
make you
back.
something. You hear a whisper from beside you.
Don't strain yourself, kid.
Katya's fingers twitch. I need to borrow your knife.
He pulls the knife out of his boot again, holds it out.
She can barely even open her eyes, and she takes it, and she, before you realize what's happening, slices her palm open. And then,
Kid, what the fuck are you doing?
as you try to grab it from her, she presses her bleeding hand onto the shield. Pridwin,
Mm-hmm.
you feel yourself starting to be roused with energy.
Ryan's just kind of like pointing back and forth, just like, why'd you give her the knife? Why'd she stab herself?
The kid needed a knife. I thought it was gonna be something normal, not fucking weird blood bullshit.
When has 1 minute here been anything normal?
Well, forgive me for having any goddamn faith in any of you.
Arthur, you grab her wrist to try and stop her. Pridwin, your eyes flicker open in the shield. You realize you've been unconscious and you're still in your shield form, and you feel Katya's hand on you, and you feel the last of her energy transfer into you.
Katya?
She doesn't say anything. She gave you everything she had left.
Oh no. Where are we?
We're back at base.
Home, I guess you could say. Viviana says from the background.
Thank gods. I need to find my wife. I need to help them.
Your wife's... Your wife's gone too?
You can't go anywhere in this condition. Sit, she says, still seeing you in shield form, and Viviana walks out the door.
Pridwin shifts back into his normal form.
Isaac, you and Viviana go trying to find Lunalle. You find her in the third place you look. The kitchen.
Miss Rhizostoma.
Huh? She says, turning around. She has, like, half of a protein bar in her mouth, and she's holding, like, a massive thing of water.
No, it's very important that you do not become alarmed.
She just slowly takes another bite of the protein bar, watching you.
Your husband is back, and he is alive.
Uh-huh, she says, chewing the protein bar.
Along with the rest of the people who went with him.
Uh-huh, she says, taking another bite.
But I'm not sure how long that's going to stay the same way.
How bad is it? She says, swallowing.
It looks like it was worse before they got here. He needs your help.
Of course he does, she says, and starts waddling toward the door. What? She says, looking at Isaac. It's not like I can get around like I'm on skates.
I'm not. I didn't say anything.
Sure you didn't, she said.
Isaac just steps out of the way.
You have to step very far out of the way, so you're not taking up any space in the doorway. And she walks through and looks around. Where are they?
We brought them back to the medical tent.
And she waddles in that direction. She takes another bite of a protein bar as she steps in and swallows it. Birdway?
Lunalle.
She looks a bit more alarmed on seeing everything.
I need some help making sure that they're okay.
Okay, but I'm not sure how much I have to give, she says, resting a hand on top of her middle. She kinda steals half of it.
Katya gave everything she could to wake me up. I need to make sure that she's alright.
Right, she says, and walks over, and it takes her a minute to sit down, but she does.
Pridwin's going to try and make sure that everybody's stable.
You look around. You managed to keep Rasada stable. What energy you had. North looks like she's just out. It looks like the spiritual pressure from Idris was enough to knock her unconscious. Arthur is, well, Arthur. The only other person who's conscious. And then there's Katya, who's not moving.
Yeah, he's gonna prioritize Katya.
You prioritize Katya for the moment. You look her over. She has literally nothing. No energy. Apart from the faint breathing, she doesn't move.
He's going to try and give her a little bit. Just to make sure that she doesn't, like... go completely into exhaustion.
Arthur, you're sitting there watching as Pridwin hovers over top of her.
I think they're gonna be okay, Doc. You already did everything you could. I just need to make sure they're okay.
Please do not strain yourself. Isaac, perhaps you can be of assistance.
Yes, I can alleviate some of these injuries. Isaac's going to attempt to transfer damage from each of them to himself.
You do so. And you get a lot of it betwixt the four of them. You realize as you're doing so, trying to prioritize the ones that Pridwin's doing, that Pridwin doesn't look so hot. He's got a massive wound in his shoulder. His arms are bleeding. Lunalle also notices this, and she grabs your arm, Pridwin, and starts looking at your shoulder. What the fuck happened to you?
Me and Amaishi had a bit of a chat.
A chat, she says, looking at the bone.
Sometimes communication through action is more effective than communication through words.
She says, she just takes a deep breath and tries not to overreact.
She fit right in.
That's good at least, she says through her teeth.
I'll be fine. No need to worry about me.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen, Lunalle says. She starts fussing over your shoulder again.
Isaac's going to put his hand on his shoulder and attempt to take that hit.
You do so. Isaac, your shoulder's now heavily bleeding. You feel air connect with bone.
He takes a deep breath, brings his hand up to the blood. I can handle this.
Viviana is watching you, Isaac. She is watching you hungrily.
If you wish, we can retire for the night.
Let's, she says.
He'll take her hand and head out.
They're gonna do that weird BDSM shit, Lunalle whispers to Pridwin.
I'm.
Not that you're inexperienced in that at all, she says under her breath.
He frowns.
Which one is frowning more, though, Isaac or Pridwin?
Probably Pridwin. If I'm remembering correctly, they need to transfer blood.
She says.
Although it does concern me just how much they seem to enjoy that process.
Isaac, you hear this on your way out the door.
He moves faster.
Arthur, you're sitting there and you hear a cough from the girl in your lap.
Back again, kid?
Katya looks up at you. Her eyes hazy. This is gonna be a habit. Me waking up and seeing your face.
Oh, you'll get tired of it real soon.
I'm tired of it now. She coughs again.
He chuckles. Good.
I should have moved when I had the chance.
I'm gonna be honest with you, kid. I don't think we really had much of a choice.
I could have taken it. She tries to sit up.
Oh, no, you couldn't.
He just pinned me first. I'm sorry, Dante, she says, looking over in your direction, Pridwin.
He's not upset with you.
I made him a promise. I'm still gonna keep it. He didn't sound okay. Pridwin, is he okay?
He's going to be alright.
She reaches over weakly and touches your gauntlet, Pridwin. You feel her reaching out for someone other than you.
He'll close his eyes and allow. I'm assuming she's reaching for Dante. I'm sorry that you have to deal with all of this.
She coughs again and tries to sit up and collapses on her side. He got the jump on me.
Even in death, he's a great warrior.
I'll remember that for next time. Do you think it worked? She looks up at you.
I don't know. If this witch is interested in parley, we might be able to get through to her that she is in danger.
You think that'll really work?
That depends on how reasonable she is. If Idris cares about her, truly. He was always a good judge of character.
So, that means there's two.
Indeed. I should have seen. I should have suspected.
I thought you said that the one witch works alone.
She did.
Why would she accept somebody else, then?
She doesn't have any sort of code or pride. If she thinks that it's what she has to do to win, she will lower herself to the deepest pits imaginable.
Right, she says, looking over at North. He cracked her. I didn't know you could do that.
Back when we were in our prime, we could stand toe-to-toe with death scythes. But that much ease. Perhaps the gifts he gained from serving Apollyon linger still.
Fucking Apollyon.
I wouldn't blame him. If I hadn't failed him the first time, none of this would have happened.
It wasn't your fault. You said it yourself.
And yet I still should have been there.
And I should have been there to stop this asshole from pulling the trigger. And your grandson should have been there to save his mom. But none of us were.
In the end, the situation wouldn't have happened if that witch... She's the reason behind all of this. She will pay for this.
Katya nods, lets go of his arm. Just wanted to apologize, she says. Moves her hand back to North.
You have nothing to apologize for.
Pridwin, you feel yourself pulled back out.
Are you alright? Is he alright?
Not really, she says quietly. He's gonna keep blaming himself. That's what we do best.
Indeed it is.
You cracked her, Pridwin.
I will do my best to mend her.
I think she's okay. The crack didn't look too bad when I was carrying her, but
It's still frightening that something would be capable of such a thing.
she nods.
There were only a couple of us there. And we were caught out in a trap. If we must, then we will face him together next time.
She nods.
I simply hope that there will not be need for that.
She nods again.
If Dante's plan works out, I think we might be able to expedite this a little bit.
She nods again. Perhaps. If we can turn one of them against the other. Well, that'd save us a lot of trouble.
Indeed.
Go on. You should probably attend to her, Katya says, glancing at Lunalle, who is incapable of getting back on her feet.
You're right. We should all get some rest. He's going to help Lunalle up.
You struggle to help your wife back on her feet, but you manage to get her up.
Hopefully we'll have some time before the next event.
I feel like I'm about to be the next event, she says, resting a hand over top of her stomach. She is active, she says.
Well, then we should probably get back to bed.
And you go to grab her hand and you see like a whole lot of angry kicking.
She's even more active than I was.
Lunalle winces. Yes, she keeps rearranging my ribcage.
I'll see if I can do anything for the pain.
She says as the two of you walk out. Arthur, you are left alone with Katya and the other two girls.
So, do you, does this happen a lot?
Which part? Big fuck off monster. Yeah. Me getting fucked up? Also kinda yeah.
I mean, one of you asks for a favor and then all of us nearly die.
Yeah, that's a theme around here.
Great.
Problem is, most of the time if we have to ask for a favor, it's because it's something we can't handle by ourselves, and, well, all of us have enemies.
Yeah, that checks out.
That was the first time I've been scared of someone in a long time.
Really?
She nods.
I mean, I'll admit, I was terrified that bastard was gonna rip my head off.
I mean, look what he did to Rasada. He just crushed her. like she was nothing.
Yeah. That should have been me.
But she didn't let it be.
She might be the weapon, but I'm the one who's supposed to take the hits.
Good luck convincing her of that. I heard the two of you the other night.
Of course you were eavesdropping.
It wasn't eavesdropping. I just can't walk slow with the injury, you know.
Mm-hmm.
What's the problem, Arthur? I'm the one that told you she liked you in the first place.
Yeah. Thing is, she ain't the Tin Man. She can't be taking hits like that all the fucking time.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm surprised she's alive, Katya says, and her face is very, very serious when she says it. You didn't feel the pressure, Arthur. He cracked her. You don't crack a weapon like that.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, appreciate it while you have it. Katya leans down and kisses North's forehead. Then curls onto her side and lets out a tired breath.
She can't be the only one taking all the hits.
As far as I remember, pretty sure you got grabbed by the face and yeeted into me.
Yeah.
Katya says with a smile.
Yeah. Wasn't that bad, though, comparatively.
Yeah, 'cause somebody broke your fall, jackass.
I'm sorry. I tried to get out of the way.
You could have at least hit me with something other than your spurs, she says.
I tried to make it as... I'm sorry.
Now you tried to brace for impact. She lifts her shirt. I'm pretty sure there's a piece of one of them still stuck in here somewhere.
I'm, probably gonna need that back, then.
Oh, for fuck's sake, she says. You see her reaching into the wound, fishing around for it.
We can get the Tin Man to get it later.
Oh, I've got it, she says, gritting her teeth, still fishing.
Kid?
You see her rip something free and hold it out to you.
He takes it,
She drops
rubbing
a
the bridge of his nose.
blood-covered spur into your palm.
Gee, thanks.
Welcome, she says, and lays back down, ignoring the wound.
Should I go get the... Actually, no, I should not go there.
The one in the mask? Yeah, I don't think you want to walk in on that.
Yeah, I don't... I've already been traumatized enough for one day.
She closes her eyes again and whispers, I'm glad you're here. I miss Liam.
I have no idea who that is, but likewise, kid.
Katya falls asleep and you're left with your partner, Arthur.
He places his hand on hers.
It twitches.
He just leans back, trying to take his mind off of the pain.
Her fingers twitch again. You see
Really
her face, it twitches as well a little bit. Her eyes flicker.
Got me worried sick about you.
You ever try to put on a corset? She says faintly.
What?
Corsets, and they lace up the back, and you gotta pull them really tight.
No.
Men used to wear them back in the old Western days. She coughs up a mouthful of blood. This is kind of like that, except it didn't stop tightening. It just kept getting tighter and tighter. And I thought to myself, man, he's gonna rip me in half. And then he just dropped me.
Sorry I couldn't have helped you.
You were busy being helped by me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You didn't need to save my ass, but
Somebody's gotta do it.
I appreciate it. More than you could know.
Don't lie to me. You're thinking right now, man. Every single time something comes my way that could kill me, somebody else just gets in the way.
I've already told you. That's not what I'm after anymore.
You were right about the bone thing. I'm not a fan of the, weird bones moving back into place.
Yeah, it feels weird, doesn't it?
Oh, it sucks.
Guess it's better than trying to recover the old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned way would be a whole lot of cigarettes and maybe a couple months in the can.
Yep.
Of course, you're a lot more squishy than I am.
I resent that, even though it is true.
Sorry.
About what?
Scaring you.
Well, one of these days you're gonna have to let me return the favor.
Or I could not. I could keep this up.
One of these days I'll be fast enough.
After all, I'm gonna die first. It's fate, you know. Happened last time.
He shakes his head. Well, if you go first, I ain't gonna be that far behind.
Maybe it's selfish, but it'll be easier that way. I don't think I could stand it. Not having you being a dick every 2 seconds.
Likewise.
Her eyes flicker over in the direction of Katya and North. These kids are gonna get themselves killed out here.
Yeah. Guess that just means we're gonna have to babysit him.
I don't think you think of it as babysitting anymore, do you?
Guess you're right.
Never thought I'd see the day. A Volsung. Trying to protect some kid.
Well, if all the old stories are right, we used to be heroes.
You never told me those. Just about the, more closely related bastards.
Guess it never felt like it was really, relevant.
It is a little hard for me to imagine anybody in your family line being noble.
Well, it's all legends and stories.
Well,
Something about pulling a sword out of a stump, marrying a Valkyrie, being a big hero.
I'm sorry, why was there a sword and a stump?
Don't ask me, I don't remember the whole story. Think a wizard put it in there or something.
Oh, hold on. Marrying a Valkyrie, she says, looking up at you.
He shrugs.
Yeah, no wonder you never even give me a second glance. You got weird-ass women in your family line.
Guess you fit right in.
She ignores that comment.
Get some sleep. Makes all the bones shifting back into place a little bit less sucky.
Wish you'd have told me that earlier. Could have missed the brunt of it, she says, trying to close her eyes. You can actually see her ribs shifting. You can see her grimacing.
And he squeezes her hand just to try and give her something to take her mind off it.
That catches her off guard. She tries not to let it look like it catches her off guard, but...
Still surprised that I'm worried about you?
Immensely, she whispers.
I'm gonna have to get used to it.
This is a weird partnership we got here, Volsa.
Yeah.
You hear from beside the two of you. Oh my god, you two are insufferable.
Arthur just flips them off.
Just tell her already, Katya says under her breath, rolling over. You two are so awful. She scoops North up, walks out of the medical tent. What's her problem? Rasada says, looking confused.
A lot of things.
Oh. You know, besides the usual.
Just, probably getting sick of the fact that I know that you know that I know. Just how much we care about each other.
I mean... you always say that, but... She shakes her head a little bit.
Don't want to believe me?
It's a bit hard. After all, you've spent the last, 5 years now, using me as a wingman in your shitty bars. I've seen the type of women you go for, Wilson. It's not me.
It's because I never thought I deserved somebody like you.
She rolls her eyes. We're hired killers, Arthur. We're not good people. Do we really get to deserve good people?
Nobody gets what they deserve. Sometimes that's for the better, and sometimes it's for the worse. I'd say in this case it's for the better.
She nods to herself a little. Well, suppose the next time I take a hit like that, it'd be nice to know that you feel some sort of way. Guess it makes it a little more worth it.
Well, it'll probably be easier to believe if you let me take the hits now and then.
I won't, but keep dreaming of it.
Guess we're gonna look real stupid stumbling over each other then.
Yeah. Guess we will. Of course, that's probably my fault. I never could dance.
Neither could I.
I'm pretty sure I saw you doing some weird country swing dance in a bar in Japan one time. It was that blonde-haired chick, she says, smirking up at him. She had on those rhinestone boots. God, they were awful.
Listen. Things I do when I'm drunk, first of all, that ain't dancing. Second of all, I ain't paying attention.
Speaking of, you look up. Katya's standing in the doorway. She has something in her hand. She kind of has a wide-eyed look on her face, and she slowly walks in, sets the mug down next to you. Isaac said you wanted a drink. I am not going to repeat the other things I heard Isaac say from the other side of the door frame as I passed by.
Please spare me the details. Please.
I will happily do that, she says as she stands up and turns around. It's, better this time. Promise, she says as she walks out.
I appreciate it, kid.
Rasada looks at it.
You want to try it first?
You know, I'm more of a cigarette girl than an alcohol one, but she holds her hand out.
He hands it to her.
She takes a sip of it and then she stops. And her eyes get wide. Like she is remembering something.
She didn't poison it this time, did she?
She just hands the mug to you.
He takes it and takes a sip.
You take a sip of it. And there's something about it. Like shitty Japanese beer. And you taste the faintest cigarette smoke. And suddenly you remember a convenience store. You remember a convenience store, and you're standing there, and there's a girl standing across from you, a girl you've never seen before. Not at the time, anyways. And then there's the third man, the man that walked in to try and hold up the convenience store that both of you were in.
I don't know how she's able to do this.
You whisper this to yourself. You turn to look, and the girl in front of you, in the few seconds that you looked away, has the man holding the convenience store up on the floor. And she, without hesitation, shoots him. Picks up a pack of cigarettes, ignoring the terrified man behind the counter. Tosses a few coins. Steps outside. Rips the pack open and lights one of them up. You look down at the shitty Japanese beer that you were just about to buy.
Never really saw things the same after I met you the first time.
You look down at the shitty beer again, except it's not a shitty beer, it's the mug in your hands. You look up and she's sitting there, her eyes wide as if she's still caught up in it.
Wasn't that bad, was it?
You were a legend. Bonafide cowboy walking into my convenience store in my shitty little corner of Yokohama. What are the chances that you hold up a convenience store and so do two other guys? Completely unrelated.
Guess it was just good luck.
And we worked seamlessly. I had to convince you to pick me up, she smirks. And I had to promise you that you wouldn't be disappointed. Well, Arthur. Are you disappointed?
I don't think you could disappoint me if you tried.
Told you I was telling the truth. Best day of my shitty life was the day you robbed my favorite gas station. Go figure. What I'd give for a cigarette right now.
I'd offer one if I had any.
She nods a little. It's alright. Go on.
Guess I'll.
You were gonna say something.
Guess I'll just say that I owe you one.
I can afford my own cigarettes, thanks. She smiles.
Saves you the trouble of having to go and get them.
Like I'm gonna let you go anywhere without me here. She winces.
Fair enough.
You should probably go. And check on the runt, she says, letting go of you. She winces as another rib moves into its proper spot.
Yeah. I'll be back as soon as I can.
You push yourself up and you grab the mug.
He's gonna step out and see if he can find Katya.
You step outside. You see a couple walkways away, Katya's standing on one of the rope bridges, leaned against the rope siding. She looks down, way down at the forest floor below.
Holding up.
About as good as it can. You finally let that horrible sappy side of yourself out yet? She says offhandedly.
Unfortunately.
I knew that one would work, she says, glancing at the mug.
Yeah.
So why are you out here with me?
Checking in on you.
She holds up a finger, listens. Beneath you, you see an undead go running by and off into the distance. She waits a moment and then continues. I'm here, Arthur. I'm okay. You could tell that's something close to a lie, but then again, what else is she going to say?
Shit's awful. I know it is. But I know I ain't exactly good at making things suck less, but if I can,
What are you gonna do? Teach me how to dance?
hell no. No, if you learned how to dance from me, you... Well, bad idea. Really bad idea.
Fredman taught me how to waltz once. Sort of.
Yeah, I had the feeling he was the kind of guy to be able to do something like that.
I'm pretty sure if you grow up in a castle, it's like required.
Sounds about right.
Of course, then again, I always thought if you grew up in the country, you learned how to swing dance. They're just two sides of the same coin.
Well, apparently I know how to do it, but only when I'm drunk.
Oh no, this I've got to see, she says, looking at you with interest.
I ain't planning on getting blackout drunk anytime soon, kid.
Probably for the best. I don't need you dancing at the undead.
Yeah, I'd rather not get my face eaten off.
Well, if you've got any ideas for making this suck less, I'd be open to them. She glances away.
I wouldn't know what would help. Talking. Stared somberly into the distance. Trying to come up with some sort of distraction.
Yeah. I wish any of those things worked anymore. I had some time to myself this morning.
Yeah?
You see that she's holding something on the rope bridge in her hand. It's rusting over the knotted railing.
What is it?
She shifts just enough and you see a glint of metal. You see familiar metal.
Is that?
He bent it pretty bad. Whole barrel had to be refitted.
How'd you even get it fixed? Being out here.
You'd be surprised how resourceful these rebels are when it comes to maintaining their shit. Can't get new stuff around here, so you gotta take care of what you have.
Hope they didn't clean it up too bad.
The way she's holding it makes you a little uneasy. Like, she's so comfortable with it in her hand. She slowly, after hesitating for a long moment, slides it across the rope knotting to you.
He takes it and says, "You know, all that rust is sentimental."
You look down at it. The rust is still there, for the most part. The barrel's a little more maintained, because they had to use some spare parts. But it mostly looks like your old one. You flip the barrel open and you see there's, once again, a single bullet in the chamber.
He drops the bullet out and says, "Well, at least it's almost as shitty as when I first found it."
I did my best to keep the aesthetic of it for you.
I appreciate it, kid.
Sure, she says, still looking lost, staring at it for a moment before she looks away.
Shame I don't think I'm planning on using it anytime soon.
Well, maybe we'll get lucky. You won't ever have to.
I doubt I will. Being honest, I don't think I've needed it for a long time. She would have done it.
She looks up at him.
I didn't want her to, but she would have. Rosado would have been just fine if I asked her to shoot. I already told you, kid. Only reason I even use this thing is because, well, there ain't another person attached to it.
It's tough when you're not the weapon, huh?
Yeah. Oh, he's afraid I'm gonna cross the line.
Like you could ever cross a line with her, Arthur.
Anybody else, I wouldn't really care, but not with her.
Glad you're starting to tell her that, she says, sliding a second thing over to him.
He looks at it.
It's a carton. Small one.
I appreciate it, kid.
Emmerich said he could spare some.
Giving me all these gifts, I'm gonna have to figure out something to get you.
She rolls her eyes. Not everything is a give and take, you know, she says, pushing herself off the rope bridge.
Maybe not, but I ain't the kind of person to be outdone.
Oh, so this is a competition, is it?
Maybe. Maybe it ought to be.
She turns and looks at you, lifting an eyebrow. Well, so far you're 0 for 2. Good luck catching up, she says, and turns and starts walking back in the direction of the kitchens.
Well, for now, I owe you.
Uh-huh, she says over her shoulder.
That means if you need anything before I figure it out myself, you can always come calling.
She turns and gives you a sly look and says, what I need is for you, she raises one hand, and Rasada, she raises the other hand and makes the talking gesture with both of them. And it spins around and keeps walking.
I'm working on it, one step at a time.
Uh-huh.
One step at a time.
She pretends to not hear you.
If I do too much in a short time span, I'll probably keel over and die.
Good thing we have somebody who knows how to cast Revivify, she says, snapping her finger.
He rolls his eyes. Take it easy, kid.
Arthur, you have a carton of cigarettes and a revolver in your hands.
He looks at the bullet, which he removed from its cylinder, and drops it into his pocket before holstering the gun.
It feels just the same as it always did.
He'll head back to the room to get Rosada her cigarettes.
You walk back to the room and Rosada's sitting there, her head leaned back. You can still see ribs shifting and adjusting. As you step back inside, you hear an actual loud crack.
That one didn't sound healthy.
Her lips are pressed together at a fine line. She's scared to open them, lest something come out.
I, would like to say that I scrounged these up myself, but they're courtesy of the kid.
Rosada's eyes dart to the cigarettes and they widen.
He'll open it up and pull one out and offer it to her.
She immediately takes it.
Think I still got your lighter? He pulls it out and lights it for her.
You pull it out, light the cigarette, and she takes the longest drag off of it before letting it out through her nose. Leans her head back against the wood. Almost melts into it for a moment.
Better?
She nods. She seems less bothered by the horrible noises coming from her ribcage now.
Good.
Fridwin, you are back in the room you were in before with Lunalle. And that child is aggressive. Is the best word I can come up with. It is thrashing like you have performed some kind of injustice on forcing it to be where it is.
Well, I don't think that we're going to be getting any sleep anytime soon.
Lunalle sighs and says, "You're telling me." Maybe your family members have a suggestion or something. She groans.
That's a good question. I'll see if they have any ideas.
You close your eyes. It takes you but a moment to find yourself on the shoreline.
I could, use some expertise.
You say this. Let's see who shows up. Oh my god. You say expertise, and Romeo appears beside you.
You never even had children.
He gestures at you like, well, you didn't specify what kind of expertise you needed.
My wife is having some issues.
He raises his hands and starts stepping away from you immediately, shaking his head.
I thought so.
You wait for a minute. You hear murmuring from behind you and see Dante is pacing the shoreline.
Dante?
Stops and looks at you, bothered. But for once, it's nice that you two are in the same room. You can tell he's thinking.
It's good to see you.
He looks like he wants to say something, but almost immediately you see your mom and Lavinia.
Well, since I have all of you here, Lunalle was having some issues with the baby, and I was wondering if there were any means of soothing the, discomfort.
Could you be more specific?
She's more restless than ever. I think she's about ready, but not quite yet.
Dante is musing in the background and says, Witch's timelines are a little different from my understanding.
I was wondering what could be the source of how quickly the development was.
Well, just look at Katya. She went from, what was she when you met? 8? Now she looks like a 16-year-old. And it's been, what, a year? 2? The thing about witches is that they age based on how they feel. Not
Oh,
based
got it.
on the real timeline. Katya was forced to age faster than she should have because of her experiences, wasn't she?
That is true.
She gave up being a child so she could help protect the rest of you. In the same way, it's possible that between Lunalle and the child, they are aging rapidly as well. The child realizes it's in danger. Lunalle realizes that she's useless to you while she's like this. Therefore, they're both progressing rapidly, almost mutually so. Does it not seem that way?
That makes sense, but then what is there that we can do?
Your mom thinks for a minute, as if remembering something, and then looks at you, puts a hand on your shoulder, and gives you a pitying look.
You're not giving me confidence.
Our founder is around here somewhere. I mean, Aurelia was the real witch of the troop more than anybody else. Maybe she would have some advice.
If he's back from his wandering, otherwise maybe Scylla would.
You see, like, this massive water creature out off the shoreline poke its head up out of the water. It looks at you. It looks at itself. It looks at you. It shakes its head no. Dips down into the water again.
That's not Scylla.
Is Scylla not the water creature?
No, the giant ink jellyfish is. Oh to God, I don't even remember what its name was. Scylla, I can
Wasn't
send you the
Scylla
picture
scaly
of her.
one?
Yeah, but she's not giant. She's just fish.
Ah. So less giant, but still fish.
She was the firstborn, so she's the most witchy.
Either way, she looks at her fishy self and shakes her head no.
Fair enough. I suppose I should go find him then.
Dante watches you curiously. Your mom gestures at you angrily as if she's chiding you in the first place for bringing Lunalle into this situation.
You fought while pregnant with me.
She crosses her arms and looks away in a "that's not the point" motion.
I really didn't want the situation to unfold the way it did, but I didn't have much of a choice.
She squints at you.
He just shrugs.
She sighs. You see her turn. And she looks around thoughtfully. How did you try and summon Atnolfo the last time?
I mean, last time it was pretty easy because he just looked for him. Like, channeled him. The thing is, Atnolfo is kind of going through it now that he saw Aurelia's familiar.
So how do you try and find him?
He's going to try and reach out towards him again.
You start reaching. Roll me a charisma check.
Oh God, that's not something that he's good at. Charisma. Okay, it's not catastrophically bad, but it is really bad. And that is a 18?
With an 18, you reach out, searching, trying to find, and you find, but not him.
Oh no.
You hear a big, heavy footstep, and then another,
Oh no.
and then another. And you open your eyes mid-channeling, and you look up to see Scudo, looking much larger than usual. Your guardian shark dog.
Scudo?
He wags his tail, looking down at you. He's more the size of a dire wolf right now than his usual little shark form.
You're giving me the I'm going to jump on you look. Please don't jump on me.
He jumps on you.
Oh no.
He tackles you.
He's like desperately trying to pull him off.
You try to pull him off. You are being smothered by the shark hound. Dante comes over and pulls Scudo off of you.
Scudo, I, I am happy to see you too.
Scudo
He-
lolls his enormous tongue out of his mouth.
He pats him on the side.
His tail starts wagging and he starts sending sand flying in all directions.
Say, Scudo, you wouldn't happen to know where that Norfo is?
He tilts his head to the side, his tongue flicking up and smacking the side of his face. He turns and starts sniffing. And then he takes off. Dante picks you up and puts you back on your feet.
He thanks Dante and then immediately starts trying to follow Scudo.
You can't, because Scudo burst through the doors and was gone in seconds.
Oh no. Well, this is going to be a process.
You hear thundering footsteps a little bit later, and Scudo comes back with something in his teeth.
Scudo?
He is holding somebody by the scruff.
At Nolfo?
It's definitely not at Nalfo. It's, what is his name? The one who went to hell?
Pio?
Yeah, it's Pio.
Oh
Pio
no!
is hanging there helplessly in Scudo's jaw.
This terrifying paladin.
Yep. Is being held by Scudo.
Hello? Pio?
He looks at you, and he looks up at the massive shark hounds, and he looks at you again for an explanation.
I promise this is not my fault.
He squints.
I was looking for Atnolfo. I asked if maybe Scudo could help me find him, and they tracked you out here.
He reaches up to where the bridge of his nose would be, makes a show of rubbing it even though he's not actually, and then reaches up and bops Scudo on the nose. Scudo wrinkles his nose and drops him. He sighs, turns around and starts walking back for the double doors.
You, wouldn't happen to know where he is, would you?
He holds up a hand in a wait moment and disappears through the doors.
Okay. He's going to patiently wait.
You wait, and Scudo sits, and his wagging tail sprays sand everywhere again. A minute later, you see Pio come walking out holding, like, somebody over his head. And he walks over and, like, spins him around and sets him down in front of you. He dusts off Atnolfo's shoulders, pats him once on the head, turns around, and walks back through the double doors.
Apologies for the less than dignified, retrieval.
Immediately, Scudo runs over, picks him up by his scruff, and runs back to you.
Thank you, Scudo. You don't need to do that.
Scudo puts him down very carefully in front of you, and sits there proudly.
Good shark.
He wags his tail again, and then runs off.
Oh boy.
Adnolfo looks confused.
I apologize. I needed your advice.
He points at himself like, my advice?
Yes, Lunalle is quite far along, and the baby is kicking vigorously.
He cringes.
Very vigorously.
He cringes again.
And I wanted to know, considering, well, our situations would be similar, if you knew if there was any way to, alleviate the discomfort.
He thinks for a moment. Did you voice that in Alpha, or was he mine?
I think both of us have voiced him at different points.
Do you want him?
I I don't want to have a conversation with myself.
Well, I mean, if he calls somebody else out.
True. Although I don't know who he would. You could voice him.
He rubs along his jaw for a moment thoughtfully. Well, fussy is not my area of expertise.
You wouldn't happen to know if anyone else would be more familiar?
Scylla was a Hellion. Now, to be honest with you, my wife kind of, encouraged the process along.
I remember the others mentioning that the process is a little bit more.
Flexible.
Yes.
You know how
Just-
witches and their perception of appearance works, right?
Yes. I had the thought when they mentioned that, but I was concerned that the consequences would be a problem.
He looks at you curiously.
Well, they mentioned that the reason the development has been so quick has been due to the stress that the two of them are under, and I did not want to worsen that.
And you don't think she's under stress from this? Trust
That
me,
is-
that kid is snapping her lower ribs on a regular basis. You're just lucky she heals.
That's fair. Well, if that is the best course of action, then
He shrugs. I'm not gonna tell you to rush things along if that's not what you want to do, but as far as calming it down, ugh.
well, I think that if it's the best course of action, at least available to us now, then it's definitely better than simply allowing her to continue suffering.
Oh, I see. You have two options, really. One, you do what my wife did with the Hellion. You convince them that they're ready, even if you don't feel like they are. And two, the other option, you plead with it to stop beating your wife up. He shrugs. Of course, they never really listen to me.
I see. Well, I think that was very helpful advice.
He smirks. You are absolutely panicking right now, aren't you?
I would say more than you could possibly know, but I think you also know.
Oh, the first one's always the worst, he says, grinning. Oh, see, I got lucky. I didn't have to deliver mine.
Right. Yes. Although I also suppose that the... Oh, right. The technology at the time was not as great, but also it is not as great where I am currently.
Oh, then this should be an experience for you, he says, a bit worried.
It should be fine. I've, done it before.
And it's her first, he says carefully.
Yes.
And you have no idea about complications, he says, looking you up and down.
Nope.
That's a question best left for the ladies, then, he says and shrugs.
Like I said, I've delivered several children before. Two of them in
but those
non-hospital
children,
settings.
They maybe didn't have gills, I'd imagine. Or claws, or fins, or anything else.
Yes, that's going to be difficult.
Isn't your wife like a cat? He says thoughtfully.
Yes, I'm not sure what the outcome is going to be like.
Catfish, he says to himself thoughtfully, musing on this.
Fridwin just he's a thought bubble above his head of a hyper-realistic catfish. Or maybe tiger shark?
Ooh, that one's even better, he says. Regardless, you got two options, bud. And you're gonna have to figure out which one. Because, sounds to me like she's not very happy out there. You listen, and even from here in your inner room, you can hear your wife not happy.
Yes, I think it's the high time that I do what I can.
Who knows? Maybe the kid will listen to you. Unlike somebody, he says, glancing in the direction of the water.
Well, we'll find out.
You say this, and Atenolfo walks over to one of the benches in the garden and sits down. Because you can tell he's not about to miss this. You turn around and look, and Dante's standing there with your mom.
Well, wish us luck.
Your mom looks worried. Dante just looks like he's happy he doesn't have to be in your position.
I've already done this once before. I've done my time.
I did my time. Your mom looks at Dante and holds up 3 fingers and makes a face at him.
I don't envy your position.
She holds up 2 fingers and points to her stomach at the same time.
I can say the same thing again.
She nods as if proving a point.
Pridwin's going to give a nervous thumbs up to them and get ready to wake up.
You go to get ready to wake up. you can hear Lunalle grunting quietly as you come out of it. She's trying to be quiet, trying not to fidget, but you can tell that the angry kicking it's very visible. At one point as you're waking up, you think you hear a crack.
Oh, that's not good.
She groans.
Getting worse, isn't it?
She's your daughter, she says, leaning her head back hard against the wall.
Well, let me describe the situation. Your mother never explained much about how you work, did she?
You mean like the birds and the bees? I mean, no, not really. We kind of had to figure that out on our wedding night. Do you not remember?
Yes, I know. It's just witch biology is a little bit different to human biology, and that means
I mean, how like Katya aged like 6 years in a week?
yes, precisely that. You see, the thing about that is apparently there's not really a specific point in time where that happens. It's the entire lifespan. So
So what you're saying is, she's mathematically like 4 months along, but psychologically...
yes, I think that the combination of stresses and other various psychological effects are rapidly accelerating the process.
Oh, that sucks, she says under her breath.
Yes, however, that does mean that there are possible options.
Okay, great.
The
We like options, she says through gritted teeth. You hear another crack.
The first one, and the one that Aurelia went with, was to accelerate the process to completion.
She makes a kind of horrified face.
Now, that does mean we would have to deliver the baby immediately.
She stares at you.
Yes, it's probably... it's an option. Now, option 2 would be to go the opposite direction. However, that would require... just because you want that to happen does not mean that she does.
So what you're saying is, regardless of the option, we're gonna have to convince her of something.
Yes.
Oh god.
Yes.
She grits her teeth and groans. Good luck then, she says, clapping you on the shoulder. 'Cause she sure as hell ain't listening to me.
Oh. I can't... I don't know how to...
Arthur, you hear distress from the next lodge over.
I don't know how to... Why? I spend my entire life in school for things like this, and of course it has to be completely different from anything that I've ever learned.
You know, I'm pretty sure they don't teach you in school about how witches age really fucking weird, she says in your defense.
Well, I know how to deliver a baby, and I know how to resonate, so maybe that's how I try this?
She looks at you, shrugs, grits her teeth again.
Worst case scenario, my head explodes.
Maybe please don't say that. You're the only doctor here.
It'll be fine. He's going to take Lunalle's hand with his and then place his other hand on her stomach.
You do so. You can feel the angry kicking. It's like
He's
she's
going to-
practicing martial arts in there.
He's going to close his eyes and attempt to resonate with the baby.
You feel very weird trying to resonate with a creature that you haven't even given a name yet. You try and reach out and focus, and as you're trying to resonate, you don't really snap a connection. However, you do feel the kicking stop for a moment, and something presses up against your hand.
So, he looks over to Lunalle for a moment. How would you like this to go?
Lunalle looks at you and you can tell she really wants to tell you one thing. However, she also kind of doesn't. She looks torn. You can see her weighing the options, almost like two giant scales in her cat-like eyes. On the one hand, the child being here early means she's in constant, ever-present danger. On the other hand, the child being here early means she can wield you again.
I mean, regardless of where she is, she's going to be in danger while we're here.
I know.
At the very least, once she's here, we can both protect her.
Assuming nothing goes wrong, she whispers.
I won't let that happen. Besides, she seems pretty adamant about coming out.
You feel a tiny hand pressing up against yours, Fredwin, from the other side.
Well, little one, do you think it's time?
The child, for once, is still, almost as if it's listening to you. What do you do?
It'll be okay.
Are you saying that to the child or to your wife? Or to yourself?
Probably all three.
But the noise, Brodwin. It's gonna attract those things here.
There's gotta be something we can do. I could attempt to muffle it using my water wall, or
There is. You hear a voice from behind you.
he looks over.
Kratia's leaning against the door frame. She's drug Arthur with her to see what the noise was. I think I saw him do it enough times. I can probably manage it.
You mean... If you think you can do it.
The problem is, it would be perfect. It would put you in a different space, and you wouldn't have to worry about the sound, but you know what my dad always said. Anybody who goes in takes damage a lot easier.
He looks at Lunalle.
I'm not gonna put this camp at risk.
I'll do everything to restore what damage you take, but it's going to be painful.
When you barely have any energy, though, Katya says carefully.
They just had a horrible idea.
Uh-huh.
The thing is, I don't think Pridwin would suggest it.
Oh.
I mean, Isaac can take the suffering. His ability
busy,
makes it. Mm-hmm. He would take exactly half of the pain.
Oh, God.
That's definitely not an option, though.
You sure this can't wait? Katya says.
We can attempt to forestall it, but... Well...
You think she's gonna listen to you? Katya asks, looking at Lunalle.
That's my concern exactly.
Oh, your sister's gonna kill you for not being here.
Yeah. All of them are going to kill me. They're going to take turns killing me.
And then dance on your grave, Arthur adds.
Indeed. Guess it's just going to have to... I'm going to have to hope that they can find it in their hearts to forgive me.
Guess so, Katya says. She looks at Arthur. I'm gonna need you to keep me from, keeling over.
Whatever you need me to do, kid, I can do my best.
Never really done this before, so, you know.
Well, I'm sure it'll be fine.
She tries to look at you with that ounce of encouragement, but she does not look convinced.
I'll have your back, kid.
Right, she says. Well, Dad, she says, looking at Pridwin, trying to be playful. Anybody or anything else you want?
I mean, if I have my supplies with me. I have all of you. I think this is the best that we have at the moment.
Right, Kotia says. Don't some of the other people heal? Don't you think maybe?
Well, if we could get them to wake up in the middle of the night, I know Brian can, but he's Brian.
Yeah. I mean, there is the dude with the vines.
He's a bit preoccupied. I mean,
Oh, this seems more important, don't you think? She says, looking up at Arthur.
well, I mean, sure, but also,
You just
like,
don't
you
want
know,
to have to go get him, she says, squinting.
no, God, no, hell no.
Well, that's too bad, because you already volunteered to do whatever I need, didn't you?
You,
She smiles up at him coyly.
you know what, kid? I did say that. I did, in fact, say that.
The regret, Arthur thinks to himself.
All right, guess I'm gonna go get him.
Arthur, you walk down the walkway.
God help me.
You try to figure out what room they're in, but it's not difficult based on the sounds of the whip.
He's going to knock.
You knock on the door and it gets quiet.
I'm sure that there's nothing going on in there, but got a bit of an emergency, and I think the two of you might be needed.
The door opens after like 20 seconds, and you see Viviana licking blood off of her lips, and her eyes narrow in your frame, and for a moment you feel like a snack. Like an unfortunately located snack.
I can assure you I taste like shit.
What is it that you are pulling us away from each other for?
Well, Tin Man's having a baby.
She blinks.
Not him, his wife, and he needs help.
Isaac, you hear this from where you are pulling yourself together.
I can assist.
She turns and looks at you. Is this something you're sure about? Do you even know first thing about this situation?
We can assist with any potential injuries or simply in dulling the pain.
Oh, please don't make me watch this, Viviana says quietly.
You can remain in your weapon form and drown it out. I can suffer the brunt of whatever's to come.
She cringes. You know, I feel like I've been put in so many more awkward situations now that we are trying this whole friend thing.
Yeah? Yeah. Seems like it comes with the territory.
It is odd. I am not sure I like it. Then again, I'm not sure I don't like it, she says under her breath.
Upsides and downsides. Gotta take the bad with the good or whatever.
Isaac, you hear groaning from one of the buildings nearby.
We should get back.
You follow Viviana and Arthur back in the direction the sounds are coming from. Arthur, you see Katya sprinting across the walkway.
What's happening now?
You see that she's holding something in her hands, and she says, "Don't worry about it," as she runs past you and goes back into the room.
Okay. I'll, not then. He's gonna keep going.
You follow her. Isaac, you walk in and see Pridwin and Lunalle, and Lunalle suddenly looks a lot more panicked than she did a minute ago. Like, she seemed cool, calm, and collected, but now she seems a little less sure.
Is this a bad time?
Lunalle looks at you and growls. More cat-like than human.
I can, leave if you'd like, or,
Nope,
get
you
some...
hear Katya say as she grabs a fistful of your duster and yanks you down to the ground.
Ow.
You see that she's holding something in one of her hands. A familiar weapon.
Which familiar weapon?
Her mom's.
Oh. Guess I'm gonna make sure you don't keel over.
She nods. Alright, Pridwin. You're gonna have to be the one to convince the kid. If what you said is correct.
Well, I hope that is easier done than said.
You look at Lunalle. Lunalle looks like she's trying not to panic.
He takes a deep breath and takes Lunalle's hand. Squeezes. It's gonna be okay.
You, behind you, hear Katya whispering as if to someone. I know you told me not to touch it, but I just need to borrow this. Just for a minute, okay? You hear a snap, like an electrical crack. And then you feel a wave of something hit you from behind.
Pridwin's just doing his best to stay, together.
You keep Lunalle close to you. Pridwin, what location is forefront in your mind right now?
That's a great question. Oh god, what would be... I mean... The place he associates with calm would be the castle courtyard.
Oh god. Well, you open your eyes, and you're in the castle courtyard. You think for a minute that you're back in your inner room again, except it's way too quiet to be your inner room.
Is this supposed to be happening?
Your wife is there with you on the bench, and about 25 feet away you see Kat kneeling, clutching the dagger, and a very confused looking Arthur. And off to the side you see Isaac holding Viviana. All of them look around, looking just as confused as you are. Normally it's supposed to be mine, she says, looking around.
I see. I'm not sure why this is how it is, but as long as everything is as it should be, this is fine.
I can fix it. I think maybe. Hold on, she says,
Don't
gripping the dagger.
don't worry about it. Just um
Birdwin, this is a courtyard, she says, looking at you.
I have been in worse places while delivering a child.
She
I mean,
squints at you.
I guess we could try to if you could try to take us somewhere else. If you can't get us out of my head, then try and bring us inside the castle.
Okay, right. We were there. Right, and your sister's room had all the knives on the walls, she says. She's got her eyes squeezed closed. She's trying to conjure it in her mind's eye. You close your eyes and take a deep breath as you feel the snap again. And when you open them, you are, in fact, inside the castle.
Okay, this is much better. Isaac, are you, I am prepared. Alright, I guess it's time to,
Convince her?
yes. I don't even know what I'm supposed to say. I don't even know how she's able to understand me.
Some weird witchy shit I'm imagining Arthur saying in the background.
Talking baby. It's like one of them old cartoons.
You are not helping, Katya says and pulls on his duster.
I'm here to keep you from keeling over. That is my only job.
Ah, right.
Hang on, didn't you say this was gonna suck twice as much?
Yeah, I did, didn't I?
He looks over to Isaac. That means you're gonna feel like what it's like to have a kid.
Isaac, how does that make you feel?
We're having this baby, not you.
Katya, in an effort to make Isaac feel better, punches Arthur in the side, which is double damage.
Oh, ow! Fuck! I think you opened something back up.
Sit down and hush, she says.
Fine.
Unless you want to go help, she says, gesturing to Lunalle.
I
I'm sure you learn all about this for future reference, don't you? She squints at you.
think I'm gonna pass.
Prid, when you look around and you realize you're in your room before it got wrecked.
I suppose this isn't the worst place in the castle.
Lunalle is standing beside you, and she looks at it. I don't know if I've ever been in here.
I don't think you have, actually.
It's quaint, she says, looking around.
I'll take that as a compliment.
There's a lot less books than I thought there'd be.
Well, I did move out sometime after college, so I guess I didn't really keep a whole lot of them.
That's fair, I suppose. She sits down on the edge of your bed.
He'll help her try and get comfortable.
She can't. It's impossible, but she appreciates you trying.
More comfortable than the alternative.
You know what? Fair enough. You look at her. The kicking has resumed.
Well, it's time. He's going to once again place his hand on your stomach and focus.
You try to focus. Your resonation meets with something. The kicking slows for a moment.
I'm sure it's not very comfortable where you are right now.
There is a responding kick against your hand. It stings.
Well, if you're ready to come out, we're here to help you.
The kicking stills again for a moment. This is a new concept. You feel almost an uncertainty, but you can't tell if it's from her or from you or from your wife.
It's okay. We'll be here when you're ready. And we'll be here every step of the way.
You say that with such gentleness and confidence, and then you hear Lunalle whisper in the background, or you can hurry it up just a little. You feel the kicking intensify again. And Lunalle cringes and says, well, that worked.
All you need to do is be ready to get out.
No, I mean, that worked, Lunalle says and cringes again.
Oh dear. Okay.
Why are you panicking? I thought this is what you were ready for, she says.
I'm still panicking.
She grabs you by the jaw and looks you in the eye and says, I'm panicking. You're calm. You're the doctor.
Okay. Fredwin's going to start getting ready, and Isaac's going to come over, sit down on the opposite side, and offer his hand out, his hand out to hers.
Lunalle takes it without hesitation. Isaac, you are hit with the worst, some of the worst physical pain you have ever felt in your life. Except it's doubled.
I shall suffer the burden.
Lunalle arcs back and just tries to breathe. Katya is focused on keeping up the domain expansion. Arthur, you are just set to suffer and watch.
He's just like awkwardly looking away.
What's the matter? I thought you had all this game, Katya says under her breath to him, trying to ignore the sounds in the background.
I know this is just as horrifying for you as it is for me.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about it, she whispers. You see her, she already looks tired.
Come on, kid, you're doing great.
This is a lot harder than it looks. Lunalle in the background says, "That is my line, Katya."
Is there anything I can do to make this not as difficult?
You got any bright ideas? I'd love to hear them, she whispers.
I don't know, I didn't really do a whole lot back during the fight. Is there any way I can, like, help?
She glances sideways at you skeptically. Accurate.
Can I help you?
noises from Isaac in the background. Totally accurate pain noises from Isaac in the background.
This is agonizing!
Isaac is wailing in sorrow.
I don't know. Can't you, like... Can't somebody, like... Oh, God. Ma'am. Ma'am. I need you to calm down.
This is important business scream.
This is very important. You're not helping. Ma'am.
Suddenly
Laughing
there's somebody
feed.
with a chainsaw, like, working on the hedges outside.
How is this even possible? Isaac's going to attempt to, like, lend his energy to her.
Don't you need that? Cat says.
I mean, I ain't using it right now.
She sighs. Pridwin, roll me a medicine check.
Oh, God. Thank God he's good at these. Oh, holy fuck. That's a natural 20.
Pridwin, there's something about it. I mean, you've done this before, but there's something about the fact that it's yours. And that's your wife. And that's your child. And you lock the fuck in.
It's fine. It's just another procedure. It'll be fine.
Your wife looks like she is panicking. She's handling this surprisingly less well than you are.
He squeezes her hand and it's going to be okay.
You say this. You focus. Katya grabs Arthur's forearm and grits her teeth. The longer I hold it, the worse it gets.
Then don't.
Don't what?
I'm ready. To begin.
Lunalle nods. Okay. She listens to what you say. Let's see how well. Oh my god.
Oh?
That's not good.
Oh no.
Well, I rolled a nat 1.
Oh god. Can I try and give her a reroll like Isaac maybe
Um,
by taking the pain?
sure. Oh my god.
Oh no. Is it another?
I rolled a 2.
What the fuck? It's not a crit. It's not a crit. At least it's not a crit.
It's still really bad, though.
It's still really bad, but it's not critically bad.
Fridwin, your wife's screams of pain, you're so focused that you suddenly notice, like, they haven't been there in a while.
He's just doing his best. He's trying to juggle reassuring her and also doing his job.
No, I mean, like, she's out.
Oh. Oh dear.
With a 1 and then a 2, yeah, she passed out. Which is not good. Isaac, you kind of look back and forth between the two of them.
Oh dear. Isaac's going to attempt to resuscitate her.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
Whoop. It's an 18?
With an 18. Lunalle's eyes flutter back open, close again, and then open again. You can see she looks tired.
I know it is agonizing, but you can rest when it's over.
I'm not trying to, she whispers. Fridwin, for all the progress you should be making, you're not.
He's going to try to keep going, basically.
You reach back in the depths of your medical knowledge and try to figure out everything that could be going wrong. Katya leans into Arthur in the background, trying desperately to stay awake. You see her gripping the blade of her mother's dagger and cutting her palm. Her eyes flicker back open.
Come on, kid, stay focused.
I'm trying, old man. It's not that easy.
I know. You're doing a good job, kid.
You try holding up the entire world on your shoulders, literally.
You got this, kid. You got this.
Fridwood, make me another medicine check.
Alright. That's an 18.
And then make a con check for Lunalle.
Alright. Can I give her advantage because of Isaac?
Yes.
Alright. That's a 17 before her constitution.
What's the total?
That's Isaac's sheet. I'm jumping between like 3 different sheets right now. Lunalle's con is, I'm assuming that I can't use their total. Is it just hers, or?
I'd allow you to use both.
Oh, thank God. Okay, so that's going to be, she has a flat 0 without Pridwin, so that's going to be a +5. So that's 23?
Okay. Bruin, you've been so focused, you don't know how long it's been. It feels like hours. When finally you hear crying, you almost forgot where you were for a bit. You were so tired and so stressed. but then you hear the crying. And it's a sound you've never heard before. Not this one. Not this voice.
I'm so glad you're here.
You look down and you are cradling a pale, blue-skinned, dark, curly hair, but there are wisps of white highlighting in it. And she looks up at you with eyes that look exactly like her mother's.
Welcome, Lumina.
Isaac, you kind of just faded out for a long time, dealing with the pain when you hear it too. And Arthur as well.
Pridwin holds her for a while before handing her over to her mother.
Pridwin, you carefully move her up into Lunalle's arms and you look at them. How do you feel?
I don't even know what to say.
Lunalle, you've never seen this look on her face before. There's a protectiveness there, but there's a pride there. You look at her and you see a mom. She reaches up and she traces very delicately her finger across your daughter's jaw and says, "She has your profile."
And she has your eyes.
She does. She finally lets go of Isaac's hand. Isaac, you can finally breathe again.
I do not envy this.
That was one of the worst experiences I have ever felt in my entire life, Viviana whispers. Oh, you are going to owe me so much. Arthur,
I
you
will.
feel Katya collapse into your side, and suddenly the world around you snaps. Pridwin, you're next to your wife and your daughter, and you're back in a small room.
Good work, kid.
She just dead weights against you.
I feel like I'm about to pass out.
Does it feel like being that? Viviana says, looking at you. Trying to see a positive light in this horrible experience.
I couldn't be more proud. She's perfect.
You see, she's stopped her crying, and instead she's looking up at you playfully and grinning, and as she grins, you see fangs. And you didn't really notice it before, but you're pretty sure that's a tail.
He smiles back at her. Offers out his hand for her to grab.
She does. Her teensy tiny fingers coil around your pinky. And for a second, it's like when you ripped a piece of yourself off and gave it to Lunalle for that ring. And formed that bond, except this time the ring is just tiny little hands.
You are the most brilliant little star I have ever seen.
You hear her make a weird sort of chortle when you're talking to her. And she kicks her feet excitedly. I hope you liked sleep while it lasted, Viviana says, patting you on the shoulder before walking out the door.
I have accepted the inevitable.
Lunalle hands your daughter back to you, looking exhausted.
You should get some rest.
You lay her back and you realize the way that she looks, you don't know if she would have made it out if Isaac hadn't helped you.
Are you going to be okay?
She smiles up at you tiredly. Are you kidding? I don't have a choice anymore.
He smiles.
Lunalle glances at Arthur, who was the forced voyeur to this entire experience. Arthur, there's a baby in the room. How do you feel?
Horribly uncomfortable.
Yeah?
You sure I should even be here? I feel like I'm probably gonna teach you new curse words just by radiation.
Go on. Take her and get out of here, Lunalle says, glancing at Kat. She
Come on, kid.
hasn't moved. She's laying unconscious on the floor. Her mom's dagger is laying just beside her outstretched hand.
Right. He picks Katya up. Make sure that he has the knife as well. And he's gonna take her back to wherever she's sleeping.
Lunalle, as he's walking out the door, says, "Hey,
Yeah?
you're doing a good job."
Guess I don't really have a choice.
But you do.
Just doing my best.
She nods at you.
He gives her a nod back. You two will do a great job. I'm sure of it.
We'll certainly try.
And he'll walk out of the room.
Arthur, you walk out of the room and you notice something above you in the sky. The new
He
moon.
looks up.
For just a moment, it doesn't look like a new moon. You see eyes in the moon, looking down, settled on the building behind you. And a shaft of moonlight is hovering over it.
That's, not normal.
Moon Witch. You hear Katya whisper.
Right. That makes sense.
Where's Mom? She says.
I've got her. Didn't want to, let you drop her.
She nods. As the two of you walk off back to the room you've been staying in, Pridwin, you notice that it's bright outside, but it's not sunlight.
Is that you or her?
I think it's her. She says, you look at your baby and her eyes are glowing.
You are marvelous.
You look down at her and cradle her. And the moonlight seems to intensify the happier you make